Good morning. How's everyone doing? Best DD ever. Thank you. Ding ding. Feeling better? A little bit. I don't know. How's the fever? I think it broke. We green today? A little bit. Fubo's coming back with a vengeance. Yeah, it's up a whole 20 cents. Do you have the Greeks for GME? I'm not sure. Maybe? Nope. We'll find out in a minute. Good morning, Shilly Tits. We sussin' or bussin' today? We're well, I woke up late, right? So that's always a good sign. Too late to get into VIX calls for the volatility squeeze. No, VIX is still pretty cheap. Is the 10-cent spread normal? For GME, it's like 6 cents, but yeah, it's not that unusual. What are your VIX positions? They're in Pickles picks. I put them up on Sunday night. How are you so confident that you weren't completely wrong on today's DD? How could I be? First time using a trailing stop loss because I have something to do today. Do you think 10% for BBBY is fine? 10% gives you... You have options or on shares? 10% is not a lot of room on options, frankly. New IV's pricing up. That's always cool. Price of the stock is going down. Less cool. You think we'll see ouchie downs on Rev before they fill their FTD obligations? It's possible. GME is heading right for the trend line. So the trend line is at 34.48. This Rev price movement is making me squirt. I don't think the price has really changed much. Like it opened at 8 and now it's at 8.24. Have I zoomed in too much? I'm sorry. I know you guys can get very excited when the candles are too big. Do you have a track record of low pre-market volume prior to Opex settlement run? It was like 40K today. You know what? Actually, I used to think it mattered, and it doesn't. We've had Opex's run off of like 8K pre-market volume. Last year, in like June, we used to get a lot of pre-market volume on Opex, but August we didn't. November we didn't. March we didn't really have much. Zoom back in, you shill. If I bought 100 shares of Rev, would I be able to sell CCs on it today? Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to buy them back today. Probably. Well, if you needed to use your premium to buy them back, you wouldn't be able to. Spread on Rev higher than normal. No, that's about what it usually is. Maybe a little lower, actually. But it's usually between like 2 and 5 cents. What do you think of Bob Smith's DD on BBY's big bounce in late September? I think there might be an issue with the FTD, like the way he's counting FTDs for Reg Sho. But I'm still trying to talk to him about that. I messaged him like the last night, so I don't know if he's had a chance to respond yet. I know he's in a different. I think he's in a different time zone. So do you think we could touch $40 this Opex by Friday? Maybe. At the peak, sell out of the money before selling in the money. Up to you. Why would APRN be a solid play? APRN looks super chasey. They've missed earnings by a significant, like more than 5% for the last 4 quarters. Is it because they're making like frozen food now? What's the delta on Rev 35s? It's pretty high. .38. It depends on the IV of the 35s. An activist investor bought in huge into APRN and it started moving. Oh, well, we know how that goes, right? Maybe wait till it's $2 again. Can I get a meme with like Ryan Cohen holding the ends of a rug with the lyrics from Aladdin that say, I'll show you the world? Dude, it's like the crowd. Streaming Opex. Does it look like I am? Come back for me, guys. I'm waiting at 9. Are you like a little lower than that because you average down? Regarding trailing stop loss, I have shares or 10% okay for that. 10%'s not terrible for shares. Let's see. BBY is trading at 969. So 10% gives you about $1 worth of range. 96 cents to the upside. If you put it on a trail at open though, it's kind of volatile. It doesn't seem like the worst. I mean, either it breaks 10 or it falls below 9. I might go tighter on shares, but that's just me. Not much tighter, but a little tighter. Maybe like 8% or something. Just so you get stopped out at 9 instead of below. But if your cost basis is below that, then it's up to you. No volume. Yeah, volume's really shitty. T+2, does that extend to pre-market Wednesday? Yes. The last Opex we had in May ran on Wednesday, which is annoying. It's hard to hold that extra day. GME's down 20 cents and everyone is now ultra bearish. It must be time for Opex. It's possible. Oof. It's tricky. We have the market moving against us today, too. There's some like bad Saudi oil news. Hmm. Ooh. Coal's on the move this morning. My coal position. Why did Jeff Yass move Steve Cohen's birthday party from Greenwich to your apartment? This is inconvenient for me. You're just gonna have to deal with it. We needed to be closer to the Philly exchange. PMI flash data. Oh, it's positive. Let me take a look. I'm surprised it'd be having such an effect. Global composites down. So's global services. Manufacturing's doing better, but worse than the previous. So better than the forecast, but worse than the previous. But composite PMI and global services PMI both fell below the like consensus. What's your favorite dinosaur? Stegosaurus. SPY is down. VIX is also down. I'm officially the greatest trader of our generation. Well done. That's not a real type of dinosaur, Evo man. Is a pigeon whale a dinosaur? Any theory on the big dump of Rev yesterday? Yeah, I think they had a bunch of covering to do, and they didn't want it to break $10. So they shorted the fuck out of it and then covered at the bottom. SPY's doing stuff. What's the latest you plan on holding those Fubo 550 calls? Tomorrow. Man, the SPY is doing a bounce. Rev has big FTD obligations today? Yes. It happened right after my limit buy triggered. Coincidence, or did they tank it because the price action of the share buy would have raised the price? The climb back up was odd. The like liquidity generation on it indicated that they started getting ready to short it like 30 minutes before the article came out. It also looks like they're still using ETFs to manipulate the price, or like for some amount of creation, which is really odd. And I don't know if that's just like they're dumping assets in order to short with market maker positions, or they're actually using creation, but there's definitely like some correlation there that's pretty strong. Always through Cetus. When do we typically see dark pools dump? In the morning. How do you spread your port between cash, calls, and shares? It's like 60, 20, 20, usually. Roughly. It varies day to day, but why Dixie crash? Oh, whoa. I wouldn't say crash. It's down 49 basis points. That's a bit odd. Yen's also down big time. Nikkei up. Shenzhen and Hang Seng both down pretty big last night. Russell 2000's fucking killing it this morning. Up 40 basis points. I told you guys this would fucking bounce. We're back to bad news is good news. You know it. Is GME dead for you if cycles are dead? No. Changes like the play a little bit, but I wouldn't say it's dead to me. Also, this Opex is like weird. This is our first Opex post split, and I expect that most obligations would have been written out to September anyway. But I wanted to get exposure to it just in case. Like obligations from the actual split, if there were any in the ETFs that were generated by that, most likely would have been written to the next futures expiration date. So they wouldn't be covered until after September 16th. T plus 2 hasn't started, right? I mean, today is T plus 2, but it carries over until tomorrow morning at market open. Yeah, I really don't like Tilray as a stock. I don't think it's worth buying. If you want to get exposure to cannabis, just buy Altria. Like federal legalization, invest in like tobacco companies or pharmaceutical companies that already have rights in place. Who was it that was investing big into IP? Glaxo, was it Glaxo Klein Smith? Monsanto? No, not fucking Sundial. Like British Tobacco, Altria, GlaxoSmithKline, whatever. Cat up 2.5%. Yeah, the better manufacturing numbers are good for them. What about selling Opex IV? That's the idea, is you wait for the Opex run to top out and then you sell covered calls at the top. Unless that doesn't happen. We have 2 days of negative delta now. Let's see here. 1 second line. I just want to check something because I didn't get a chance to this morning. Yeah, GME internalization still sky high. 66% utilization. And then so it says GEX at market open this morning is 1.6 million, but skew adjusted, it's negative 961,000. So 4 million plus 2 plus 2. Yeah, there should be some covering. There's a high amount of potential boofing on GME. Any interesting companies in the neuropharmaceutical psychedelics field? Not really. I think legalization's really far out on those. Does he pretend he don't see question about GME short available? But like, how many shares are? Just go look. Go on like iBorrow desk. Why the fuck do I need to tell you? Don't use Crazy Awesome Company. That website sucks. It's a lot of shares made very suddenly available. I don't like it. Be bullish. And tips. All right. What's Gamma Max at for GME this morning? I have no idea. The cat is not around. At least not yet. Let me see if I can get in touch with him. Gee, fresh full fucking bull cat. It's probably the same as it was yesterday. Yeah, he was out of town. Be honest, since buying into Revlon, have you started wearing eyeliner? No, but should I? Do you think it would make my eyes pop? Ooh. Look at you. Saucy. Thank you so much, Purple Hulk. Rev dip yesterday to clear FTDs, which means they just kick the can hard. I mean, that's what they're gonna keep doing, right? Is trying to roll forward the FTDs because they can't really effectively clear them. So the best way is to roll them forward and generate the fewest additional FTDs possible. What's your rev price target on short dated calls for Opex? I don't really have any short dated calls for Opex, but if I did, I would probably say like I would get calls at like maybe 10. Maybe I'll get some. Today's an exciting day, right? Oop. Now I'm not going to fill on them. Why get rev near dated calls if they're basically the same cost as 35C leaps? It's a good question. Stack up that gamma ramp. If they just keep kicking the can on rev, what can kick this thing off? Interest. That's really all it's missing is interest. Can you go over Fubo? Major support and resistance. Sure. There's a lot of support at 363. And some resistance at 460. And those are the two like really important levels. CTD getting sniped in chat. It's because he's posting those weird eyeballs with the mouth. $29 million GME on iBarrow desk. Yeah, I saw that. If Rev hits 15, what would you like to see to hold your shares and not sell for further run to 20 or 30? I mean, I would just put stops in place, right? And then if it falls, I sell. If it keeps going up, I hold. Do Rev FTDs drop off after today? Yeah, there's only like 1 million due tomorrow. But all the interest over the last month in Revlon, and it has picked up, is probably pretty bullish because that means we're gonna get more. We're gonna get more like FTDs, right? Like every option you buy, even the 35s, that's 35 shares that need to be hedged, right? Which is 35 potential more fails for every $200 spent. Is Rev like Bobby where if it breaks 10 we moon? Yeah. There's a lot of open interest at $10. Spy's looking pretty strong. What's BBBY doing? Still slumping a little bit. Fubo doing the exact same thing as BBBY. That's interesting. I guess they're both IWM. Did you dump your Bobby leaps yesterday? Yeah, I got stopped out of them. Rev 35s have 0.51 delta on IBKR? Yep. Why is IBKR pricing the IV on those so high? Are you going to average down any of your GME Opex calls in hopes for tomorrow if no run today? Maybe. I might average down like the 3750s a little bit. Though I feel like if I was going to do that, I should do it now. Well, they're cheap. Yeah, that works. What's Revlon looking like over here? No. That's not what I want to look at. Hmm. Interesting. Should I panic for 38 minutes of market open and no moon? No. Have you ever looked into ear? Very good potential. Is that like eyes? The seesaw before the yeehaw. I'm talking about ETF OPEX highlighted on the CBOE calendar. I don't know if I saw your first question. Feb 2021 Wednesday, May 2021 Wednesday, August 2021 Wednesday, Feb 2022 Wednesday, May 2022 Wednesday. Look at the charts. Yes, I'm well aware. Why does Linux say T2 instead of T3? Today and tomorrow are both T2. Tomorrow's not like tomorrow after market open is T3. But if the orders are placed before the opening bell, then it's still T2. Hey Greg, glad you're feeling a bit better. Where do you see intraday dark pool utilization? I can look it up on Market Chameleon. For what stock? Baby whale nuke. Like GME is at 50.4. BBBY is at 58.8. Revlon. Revlon's only at 38.6. That's interesting. Does that mean dark pool hasn't dumped? At least not for BBBY or GME. For Revlon, it just looks like they're not dark pooling a lot or using the dark pools a lot so far. What's your timeline for Rev if tomorrow the FTDs fall off? You have to wait for the next cycle of FTDs to start coming in around the beginning of like September. Still maintaining the $40 conservative price target for GME? Yeah, if it runs. Why do people ask so many personal questions? And when was the last time you took a dump? Beautifully put, Zap. Do we see BBBY at 5 again? Sure. 6 is more likely, though. Are you expecting downward price action on Rev until September? I don't know how much downside it'll have, but maybe some. Maybe back to like $5. Got on my V puts at the right time. Seems like getting better. Congratulations, man. New home sales fell more than expected. 12.6%. Ouch. I mean, I kind of expected that, but yeah, they're bad. That's worse than yeah, it's a lot worse. Hot tip for chat. Greek doesn't care about ape. Couldn't be more correct, Fluffy. Thanks for putting the heads up on closing Tesla puts and CCs yesterday. Tesla's pumping now. You're welcome. At what point would you consider Rev to have peaked for this week? I don't know. Maybe when it runs. Bullwhip effect on housing incoming. That's awesome though, right? For most people. Chances of Rev mooning today higher than yesterday. Remember, the FTDs due today aren't due until opening bell, right? How many did we have yesterday? 1.4 million. We got to bump off that. Well, a little bit. And then they shorted the fuck out of it, but it's just arbitraging. And it's worth nothing. It was worth nothing, right? So 10% moves when something's worth like less than $1 aren't very big. It's very easy to halt stocks that are that cheap. Is there enough volume for them to have possibly covered yesterday's and today's FTDs? Sure. They shorted Rev yesterday with what? Lots of in the money puts. It would be super awesome if Fubo did a thing today or tomorrow. What are your thoughts on John Stamos? You know, he's not my favorite. I didn't really like Full House very much. Uncle Jesse was creepy. The hair, though. He is a good looking dude. I mean, I will give him that. You're not wrong. Stamos for MOASS. Why Bobby only up? You mean after going down for like 30 consecutive minutes? I'd imagine because the SPY is only going up. Guybrush is already on the screen, NW. And also, don't let JC see you doing that. He'll get very upset. Caught a good entry on Docu this morning. Thanks for the learning. No problem, man. Congratulations. Kendra Wilson. Oh, this is going to be inappropriate. Glad you're feeling a bit better. Where do you see intraday dark pool utilization? Wait. That's not it. Dude, it fully censored what you said. Like, I can't even see it. Ah, here we go. Do you know about all the bodies Garth Brooks has stacked in graves in his yard? His famous pickup line is, "Show me how those bit tits fart. And if you don't, let's just say your family never gets closure." Okay. I don't know a lot about Garth Brooks. I'm just going to assume you're correct. Probably wait for end of day GME cover call. Actually, if GME doesn't run today, I won't be selling cover calls till tomorrow. Greg likes Trust Me Bro. Garth Brooks DD confirmed. Is this like a meme that I'm unaware of? Thoughts on Tesla today? It's moving up, right? 900 maybe? You should have bought yesterday for the upside when it was cheaper. Or this morning would have been really good. Tom Segura's podcast, Your Mom's House? Okay. Where's the math cat? He's out of town. Oh yeah, look at that. That's not what I wanted. There we go. That's better. Revlon, back to VWAP. Bobby Choppy. Yeah, today's rough. The volume's fucking terrible. Everywhere. All the volume is terrible. DDS is moving up. It's up like 3% already today. DDS still has some like crazy shit going on, right? Yeah. DDS to 380? Maybe. Huh. GME is just slightly underperforming the SPY. GME ETF FTD days from July in 2 weeks. A little more than 2 weeks, I think, but close, yeah. It might be 2 weeks now. Yeah, it is 2 weeks now, I think. It starts, is it that Thursday or Friday? I haven't mapped it out yet, but I will. Are you getting rid of your Rev 35s this week? Probably. Yeah. How confident are you in Jimmy yeehawing today? Today doesn't look very good so far. I would say low. I'm not saying it's out of the question. We've run later in the day on Opex before, but it's not looking great. Was Ivy increasing on GME? Dropping a bit? Wait, why are you getting rid of your Rev 35s? Because there's no more FTDs after today until the beginning of September. So I'm going to get rid of them and then buy them back at a higher price, or a lower price, rather. Well, with my luck, probably a higher price. Opex win today or tomorrow. This is how it works. You just get exposure, see what happens. So far, the exposure that I bought has been profitable. We'll see if it stays that way. It's barely profitable, but it's profitable all the same. You should buy them back at a higher price. I immediately thought one of us. Jimmy seems to have consistently high FTDs still. Yeah, they've remained fairly high. At least into the last report. Do you think that Cat has more room to run or topping out around the 198 range as usual? Mm, yeah, I mean, it looks like it got rejected right at 198. It could still move up to 203. It's a bit of a gamble, but it could. I'm not sure all the other economic news this week is going to be super bullish for Cat, but the better manufacturing PMI is good for them. What would be the ticker for this company? Try CNT. Why would you combine the number of available shares for Bobby and GME? They're not the same stock. I DM'd a cool, sick, epic meme. Let me know if you like it. Oh, I'll have to check it out later. I'll DM you and let you know. If you picked up the Jan 35s for $1 on yesterday's dip, would you hold on to that after tomorrow? I might hold on to some of them. Manufacturing PMI came in slightly better, right? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, I mean, it beat the forecast. The forecast was like 5.1, and it came in at 5.13. It was worse than the previous quarter, but better than the estimate. I can't look at it right now. It'd be scarier when those 2.9 million borrowable shares on Jimmy are no longer available, right? Sure. Really positions in SDC? No. I see the estimate at 5.1. The forecast at 5.1. I mean, either way, it was worse than what was priced in, or better than what was priced in. All the manufacturing stocks ran up. I don't know what the consensus estimate was. US S&P manufacturing previous 5.2.2, consensus 5.19, actual 5.1, 51.3, 51.9, 51.3. Yeah, the thing I'm looking at shows forecast 51.1, consensus 51.9, actual 51.3, the previous 52.2. I sold. I don't know why we're arguing about this. Who gives a shit? What cut does YouTube take if I give you $1? I don't know, like 40% or something. Are you concerned with the 2.9 million shares they can short? Not particularly. September 16, GME calls at 40, 50, and 65 are nearing cheap again. Yeah, they're a little cheaper. How low can we go without Opex? Pretty low. Like 28, 25, maybe lower. No Head and Shoulders breakdown for you. Um, One could argue that the uptrend already broke down here. Although I suppose I could hold this like lower one. Yeah, that looks like shit. This is gonna break down. Back to 513.50. Man, I'm fucking tired today. When should we know if there's no packs tomorrow? Ew. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not out, but I don't like that. Down to 32. It's no bueno. Although, isn't that what happened in May? Sorry. Excuse me. So May 24th, we dipped from like 24 to 21 and then shot up on the 25th. What was the 25th? Was that Tuesday or Wednesday? 25th was Wednesday. Interesting. There's some similarities there. Hmm. Big short. 86,000 volume. GME. 47% dark pool volume now. Revlon 45. Revlon's dark pool volume starting to climb up. Going to 25. Could happen. Yeah, they borrowed a bunch of shares. I see that. I feel like this is just like a rerun for me from like May. Except in May on the 24th when they pushed down, I actually sold off my call position. I'm not going to do that twice. No problem, Shadow. What's the cost to borrow at? It's not very high. Let's see. What was it? 13.5 on Fidelity. And 16.5 on IBKR. Yeah, 16.5 on IBKR. 2 million shares borrowed. Is the MM pricing down IV? A little bit, yeah. Suspects? May I remember many of us saw the red and thought it was a good time to sell CCs. Yet, despite me saying repeatedly, don't sell CCs till after Wednesday. I'll say that again today. Don't sell CCs till after Wednesday. It's very, very dangerous. There, I did it. I said it. Let's say someone wouldn't be able to manage their position for 6 months. Are there any stocks that are generally stable to store funds in, not counting in a crash? I mean, index funds, but I wouldn't do that in a bear market. We're in a bear market, you know that, right? And there's stuff that stays relatively flat most of the time. Railroads are usually not very volatile. Um, things like, I don't even want to say Kroger because Kroger's been pretty volatile lately. Um, GME is kind of stable for now. Brand new SPACs are stable, right? No. Tootsie Roll? Yeah, has Tootsie Roll done anything besides go slightly up really slowly for like 2 decades? I mean, I can't tell him what to buy. Cat's not terrible if it's cheaper. I agree. But Cat's also nowhere near 160 or 170 right now. Garrick, what would happen if GME withdraws their shares in the DTC and move to their blockchain? Would affect synthetic shares owned by most of us? No. Also, where's your proof that your shares are synthetic? You're just making shit up? Is that what we're doing? I'll tell you what'll happen. I'll sell my fucking GameStop. That's what'll happen. I'm not gonna own some stock on some shitty fucking blockchain market that no one trades on. Who are the buyers then? Who's gonna buy your fucking stock when they roll it over to your imaginary blockchain market? You? Other apes? The only people to sell it to is other apes? Jesus fucking Christ. Pull your head out of your ass. You're a Crawford. I don't have the Greeks for today because the cat's not around. Pink sheet, not pink slip. It's not. This isn't Fast and the Furious. Sam. No, he's just not around today. He's at like a conference or some shit. I mean, the Greeks probably aren't that much different than yesterday's, honestly. I doubt there's very much change here. GN's still probably around 3.8. Like, options interest was kind of minimal yesterday. If anything, these dropped a tiny bit, but that's it. Do you have any stops on your GME calls? No. They're just like out of the money exposure, right? I'm gonna hold them for 3 days, and if nothing happens, I'm gonna sell them. It's not like it's not super complicated. As long as the price doesn't go to like 28 or something, they'll be fine. Like I'll take minimal losses on the premium. For the potential to 10x, like why wouldn't I, right? I would have bought more, but I'm also not super convinced of like us getting an Opex run right now. I really hope we never see the end of Opex cycles. Probably not. I mean, they exist on too many different stocks. It's a nice turnaround at 33. Why is JFresh always right? Well, except when he's not. What explains the GME runs from 8.8, 8.16, where we hit 45? Could that have been pre-covering? Those were ETF FTDs. I wrote like copious amounts of DD about this and explained it on the stream like 20 times. What's the next resistance level on Tesla? 900? Yeah. Check Pigeon Whale chat. What have you done? That's disgusting. Where's the cheese? Is that pepperoni? But it says AMC puts. I don't like this. I feel conflicted. Go away. No, no more. It's under the sauce? That's disgusting. I didn't realize the cat's dividend was monthly and it's $1.20 per share. If I had to park a very large sum of money in a stock and not touch it for a year, that might be the move. Yeah, it's a pretty good stock. You tell my coworker Spencer Dev that Ape is not going to make him rich, please. He sold it all his AMC and converted to Ape. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kendra, your coworker is a moron. You should be embarrassed that you were in the same hiring pool as that person. Like, that person is as qualified for your job as you are. And that's... I'm sorry. He liquidated his port into a liquidation coin. Rumor has it Lenixis bailed. The run can start now. I don't know about that. I can't even imagine the levels of stupidity. Like, I mean, it's good that he sold all his AMC, but to then take that money and use it to buy Ape is just... Well, the same, right? It's... Good opportunity to get Fubo shares cheap right now. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. $3.96. It's not a bad price. Are you waiting until tomorrow to sell out of your Fubo Opex position as well? Yeah. Why not just straddle every Opex so you make money no matter what? Usually they don't go down very much when nothing happens. Usually the biggest issue with Opex is it doesn't go up a lot. So it'll go up, but like it just doesn't go up that much, like 15% instead of 100%. But generally they don't go down very much. So like straddles wouldn't be very profitable till the following week. Each ape share is redeemable for 100 AMC shares. So as soon as their share authorization cap is increased, it's literally death by dilution. Is it 100 shares? Jesus. Look, April OPEX went from 34 to, I think April OPEX was even still bigger than that. It was 11.61%. Not that anything was expected for April, obviously, after March. March generated plenty of liquidity, but can we look at Bobby so we can laugh at all the bag holders? That's not nice. I didn't snicker. What are you talking about? Do you have wheat calls? I do. I do have a lot of wheat calls. I think everyone here who's still holding Bobby understood the risks, right? Or were well positioned enough that they were kind of unaffected. So I don't really think that many people are in a terrible position. Or I hope. I'm still thinking about selling GME CCs. You can call me the catalyst. Tesla pre-split price antics might be the only thing holding the market up right now. I'm okay with that. It's bad for Bobby, it's bad for Rebecca. How? What do you think of Bob Sus saying Bobby can do something in September? Sure. I mean, there's OPEX in September. That could be fun. Especially if it's, I mean, it's got to stay on Reg Show first. So let's see if it stays on Reg Show. It may not, right? Please give Spencer Dev some advice to cheer him up. His wife doesn't know he's gambling with her boob job money. Uh, Spencer Dev, seller of AMC, buyer of Ape. Um, if you'd gotten your wife fake boobs, she would have left you in a heartbeat. So, you know, at least you guys will be together. Why do you think people think it's a good idea to sell CCs on GME when the price is going down? Don't they realize it's more profitable to sell when the stock is going up? But that's scarier. People are always, just remember that people are always chasing, right? They're always buying the peak and selling the bottom. Like the vast majority of people are always doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. So when the price is dropping, people are like, oh, I'm going to sell CCs. And then it bounces and they're fucked, right? Or the price is rising and they're like, I'm going to buy calls, and then it dies. So is it the right time or wrong time to buy rev shares? They're not that overpriced. They're a little overpriced though. You could have gotten them for 560 yesterday. We have a pretty good average. You don't care about letting your shares go to $35 premium? Sure. Who in their right mind would sell Bobby short before an announcement and after an insider sold? Risking insider trading charges? How? By selling the stock short? It doesn't. It's not an insider. Fucking one of the insiders just sold their shares. That's more than actionable news for a hedge fund. What Fubo leaps I'm gonna keep, but the short term like Opex calls I bought I'll sell off. Okay, so the spy just died. Well, that's cool. Dear God. It's just like back to where it started. That's not that big of a deal, right? Yeah, that's fine. Hypothetically, if you bought Tesla calls at 10:35, so at the peak, I probably would have hypothetically sold them at 10:53. I don't know. It's still got its uptrend going on, but Jesus Christ, Carl. Why? Stop chasing. I should make 7 to 10K a month around 0.4 delta. I'm okay with this price action. Okay, hold on. You do know that IV is going to fall off, right? And when it does, those calls are not going to net you that kind of profitability. Like, you're going to be able to sell calls at that elevated IV for maybe a little bit longer, but not a lot. Later, Moon Mackie. Is Opex going to happen? Gotta wait and see. That's all you can do. You check out Rev 916 $8 C CSP. Isn't that strikes position close only? Yeah. I don't really like CSPs on Revlon. I know they're overpriced, but I don't like the downside risk. We can chase if we want to. We can leave our friends behind. Because your friends don't chase, and if they don't chase, well, they ain't no friends of mine. Beautifully put. If there's a NOPEX, will we still see a small rise of 10 to 15%? We'll find out. If the entire day is going to be questions about OPEX, which I repeatedly said was probably not going to be that great, then I am going to simply not stream until after tomorrow. Like, if you can't wait for the full T+2, fuck off. Go away. It's ridiculous. Like, you've got to, you buy calls and you hold them for 3 days, and then if nothing happens, you sell the calls. If you can't take on that risk, then you shouldn't be doing this. Trade something else. Trade the SPY. Your fucking SPY's acting pretty predictably right now. Put my weeklies? Oh, I hope they burn up. Are $1 puts the best strategy to protect yourself from another short attack on Revlon? I don't know about that. Did we get that much, like, IV? I think IV went down when they shorted yesterday. IV dropped pretty hard. Stephen Ellis, welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need GME to move.
I mean, if you know how to manage options positions, it's pretty hard to lose money on the SPY. If you don't know how to manage options positions, it's very easy. Very, very easy to lose money on the SPY. Trending post yesterday on Superstock were saying mean things about us. We must have bought leaps on their brain space. Interesting. Rev down 3%. 35C's up 3%. Sounds like a win. Next major FTD date, beginning of September. There's not an online calculator for Gamma Max. Manages and don't go out of the money and set stops because that's working for now. That's not terrible. SLD sell-off coincidence? I'm not really sure. I haven't been paying attention to RAD at all. Why did this ETF FTD cycle seem more than usual? ETF FTDs were really high. You still looking for a $40 price target? Yeah, it seems reasonable. Gamma Max is still around like 45, 44. What's up, Isaac? Has there been found a pattern in when the FTDs started to cover for Rev? What? I mean, they've been every day almost. Yeah, wheat's pumping pretty hard today. It's having a nice move up. Rev usually has a 12:30 spike. We'll see. Since you've been tracking these Opex cycles, has there been an Opex literally no upside realized? That depends on timing, but no. Jan 26th ran like 23%. I know very well because it's the day I rolled over my Opex positions. If you looked at hydrogen internal combustion engines, I think long-term sports cars, at least, if not personal vehicles, will be hydrogen ICE. Toyota's very bullish on them over EV. I know they are. I haven't looked into them a lot. I know Toyota's put a lot of money into that technology though. I actually knew somebody who had the Toyota hydrogen car, the hydrogen fuel cell car. That was cool. They're gonna be an OPEX or not. The three DTEs you told us to buy are down 127%. Yeah, I definitely didn't tell anyone to buy three DTEs. Also, insane that you lost more than 100% of the money. How did you do that? Nordstrom's is having a decent day. Oh yeah, up 5%. Not bad. Commodities are starting to rise up again. Vera moved up 3% today too. Interesting. Coles is up 6% today. DDS is up today. XRT is starting to move. DDS about to hit 320. Honda? Maybe it was Honda. I thought it was a Toyota. It was called like a Merv or some shit, or MRev or something like that. Mirai? Maybe that's it. Toyota Mirai. Okay, yeah, that I think that was it. It was like purple. It was not an attractive vehicle, but it was cool. It had like a lot of neat stuff in it. What are your thoughts on the theory that RC sold his shares since he was bound by a contract that he couldn't buy any spin-off? I don't know. It's sure. It's not inaccurate, right? Like, yeah, he couldn't buy a spin-off as if he was an insider. But at the same time, like, who says he wants to buy a spin-off? Right? I think that the likelihood that BBBY wouldn't go forward with his plans, um, like he wanted, and he got the fuck out is more likely than anything. Yeah, and then he sold. So he didn't say he wanted to buy Bye Bye Baby. He said they should sell Bye Bye Baby. There's a difference. Cool. I can tell which of you are buying into it and which aren't. I don't care about his tweets. He also sold off his stake in Chewy, so what are people buying into? I mean, it's been 2 business days, right? There's no announcement yet. What about RC's MySpace posts? I'm not friends with him on MySpace. I don't know. I'm simply upset that his rug pull fell out of nowhere, but alas, we move on, right? Yep. If you're having stock problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99% unrealized losses, but Bobby ain't one. Yeah, I made money on Bobby. I'm perfectly okay with how I left that position. If it looks interesting again, I'll buy back into it, but right now it doesn't to me. RC's gonna buy Bobby and AMC. That's usually not how that works. My favorite Bobby copium is why would he only sell for a $60 million gain? Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. He could have sold at better times or more slowly. Do you know why on earth people theorize RC GameStop is gonna buy Bye Bye Baby? I'll tell you exactly why. Because BBBY was trading at $30. This is, well, here, this is how it looks to me. Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. But BBBY was trading at $30. And people bought calls for like September 16th. They woke up the next morning to 90% losses. And now they're sad. If this is you, you'll believe anything. Spell that right. I'm not spelling that word right. ASSUAGE? It just looks wrong. It looks like ass sausage. I I realize it's correct, but new word unlocked. That's what I thought when you were writing. I was like, what's an ass sausage? Yeah, no, I understand that could be. Believe me, I would have much rather have sold my Bobby shares at $30 than 17.26. But I'm really fucking glad I sold them at 17.26. People writing about Bobby have less reason to hope for a recovery than the SST folks. At least on SST, there was a legally dubious misuse of warrants as locates. Yeah. Legally dubious is a really nice way of putting it. Just, I don't know. It's not even that it's not like I wasn't bullish on Bobby. I was all about it, right? But I also took profits and sold my fucking position off. And if you didn't do that because you're holding on for MOASS, then you fucked yourself. And I get it, when things look bullish and everyone's going balls deep and fucking selling their position, then buying back in at a higher cost basis. But like it's over. He killed it. Like there were two valid theses on Bobby, and combined they were pretty solid, right? As long as Cohen was in, they probably weren't going to die, right? Like the stock wasn't going to go to zero. And as long as the market maker was underpricing calls, they were increasing upside risk. So as soon as those calls started to get blown out, the only thesis left was Cohen, and Cohen left, and that's it. It's dead. And that's, I mean, like, you don't stay bullish on shit after it's dead. You just walk away and find something else. Everyone forgot the sus and bussin paradox. Yeah. RC killed GME and MOASS in June and BBBY now. He's not a hero. I don't know if he killed MOASS in June. He probably killed a second Volgavana squeeze at a much higher price, but he was working closely with the SEC at the time, right? Insiders have been selling though in Bobby. And they don't own very much. Have you looked at their like total shareholdings? Isaac, try again. That's all you can do, right? You just take your profits and move on to something else. What about March GME 2021 run? What killed that? Oh, we just smashed through Gamma Max and they shorted the fuck out of it, right? It was like any other Opex. We started running on Feb Opex and we kept running until we finally broke through Gamma Max, which was rising rapidly with the price action because there was so much interest. And then we broke through Gamma Max, Gamma flips, the expansion breaks down, they short the fuck out of it and drop the price. Just like every other Opex. That's even true for January. Like, it's true for all of them. I didn't see anything in the standstill that dissolves it if he sold out. Isn't he still bound by that? If so, he cannot do the merger even after his sale. I'm pretty sure he's still bound by it, yeah. For whatever period of time the standstill agreement is for. I agree, Atomic. Unless there's a like a dissolution clause or something, but I didn't see one when I last looked at it. Are you surprised at how weak the SPY has been today? Not really. There was some pretty shitty economic news this morning. The flash reports for PMI weren't very nice. New home sales were down. Have you heard of any CSVs not getting assigned on GME? I have some weekly 35s. They're up, but I don't want to buy them back yet. Maybe I don't want to buy them back at all though. Um, I've had in the money CSPs on GME not get assigned before. It's pretty rare, but if I was like a few cents in the money at 33 by expiration on Friday, you'd probably get assigned. What's the current thesis on staying in GME? GME has nothing to do with fucking Bobby. Should we all sell GME and buy Rev? No, that's fucking stupid. We still expect Opex covering, right? We have till tomorrow. Do you have a PT for Rev today? Not really. I'll just see what it runs to. If it runs. No, I wouldn't dump it today. I'd still dump it tomorrow. FTDs aren't low tomorrow. They're at like 1 million. I mean, they're lower, but they're still pretty high. It's like a third of the shares outstanding, right? Or third of the free float, rather. The cost basis is 430. I'm waiting out this Nopex and hope for a higher exit. Yeah, that's fair. And if you're positioned well in Bobby, there's sure, whatever. You know, if you have like a $4 cost basis, who gives a shit? Like you're not in trouble yet, right? You can afford to wait it out. Most of the things I'm saying are for the people that are not, you know, people with like $22 cost bases that may never be realized again. Chat getting funny, time for calls. Usually the best time to buy them. Or if it gets super bearish and people are like, that's it, I sold covered calls. Isn't the theory that retail owns the float a couple times over and the liquidity is nearly non-existent? If everyone held their BBY shares and calls, wouldn't RC sell be insignificant? No. It's still 9 million shares. It wasn't just him. Freeman sold his like 6 million shares also, right? That's 14 million shares? That's a lot of fucking FTDs you can clear. Not to mention, BBBY is just liquid as fuck. You're gonna try to lock up the float on a fucking bankrupt company? Like on GME, it's sure, it's a good like buy and hold stock, right? That's what makes it worthwhile. That's what's made it worthwhile the whole time. That's what makes it better than shit like AMC or, you know, buying into like Express, is that, you know, the company is investing in growth. It has long-term potential and low debt. They're not going out of business at all anytime soon. Why Atomic not a mod on YouTube? I don't think he wanted to be. Like he doesn't spend a lot of time on here generally, like in the YouTube chat. I probably bought 200 of Gherk shares at 1720, but I've been selling calls, just holding because it's 200 shares, but I don't like the loss, and I feel like it could fall to 5 or even lower again. It absolutely could. The price went up while he was selling. Yeah, because if he lent out his shares, sales trigger a recall. You know that, right? Like if you're a long, like an institutional long position holder, and you lend out your shares and then you sell them, it triggers a recall. Nine million shares of Bobby traded during a week where 1 billion shares were traded isn't a huge deal. It still unlocks a lot of liquidity. You forget that those 9 million shares can be, and that those billion shares are mostly hedging, right? It's not like it's just churn from options volume, right? It's not like relevant volume. Everyone's like, oh, it traded like 50 times its float. That doesn't fucking matter. The Rev trades like 4 times its float every day. What matters is the rate at which those trades fail, which obviously with higher volume, the rate of fails is going to be higher as well, right? And the amount of liquidity in the underlying. If the underlying's super liquid, it doesn't matter how much it trades. It's just turnover. You know, someone buys a call, market maker hedges 30 shares, price of the stock goes up, they hedge another 20. That person sells the call, they sell 50 shares. How's Fubo Opex looking? I have no idea. I don't know if Fubo's going to run for Opex at all. I bought some exposure to it, but most of my position is shares and leaps. Fubo's starting to pick up some institutional buying, but I don't know if it's picked up enough that it's going to start having like Opex pressure on it. I don't think Bobby has a no hedging clause, so why not loan your shares? If you're long anything, especially as an institution, because you can sell covered calls simultaneously while loaning out your shares, you just loan your shares out. You don't care, right? You're long. The shorts are incorrect. No institution is not lending out their shares on a position. It's just free money. The Fubo thesis is in the Zillionaires Discord. I already wrote it up. I don't want to go over it again. What was the Fubo spike about right after you bought in or picked it? They had like a shareholder like day, like a meeting about stuff they're planning on doing in the future. Fubo C owns about 22% of the company. Yeah. He just bought more not that long ago. Should there be an FTD run on BBBY after the high volume over the past while? I want some contracts, but want to wait till crushiness is at max. Thanks. There might be, provided BBBY stays on Reg Sho. It needs to, most stocks don't stay on Reg Sho to the point where forced settlement begins. Usually they fall off before then, and they simply use Reg Sho as a way to offset locates for a period of time until locates are more widely available. What turned JFresh from bearish to bullish this morning? I have no idea. He's probably just fucking with people. That would be my assumption. What's up with Freeman? Everything about his internet media tour seems really odd. I think he just wants to pick up his own merry band of bag holders. Didn't Bill Huang short Fubo? Yeah, I think so. Because he was like long on some of their competitors. Fubo was one of the most shorted stocks going into the January like 2021 sneeze period. Little Noctua, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Do you think Amazon goes back to the 140s, or is that run over? Not anytime soon? Yeah, probably not soon. Doesn't Apple have like a big announcement today? Siri one about Freeman. He made some good trades, sold close to the peak. I mean, you don't know anything about his position. No one really does. He was not very forthcoming with the information besides the long position. But there was a lot more to that, I think. If I sell my current BBBY shares at a loss that I bought after buying, selling at a profit, it will be a wash sale. Yes. Well, no, if you sold your shares at a profit and you're buying back lower. Wait. Did I buy after buying? Okay, hold on. If I sell my BBBY shares that I bought after selling at a profit, would it be a wash sale? No. I don't know why you put buying, selling. That sentence is very confusing, Ryan Ice Cream Cohen. If you sell at a loss and then buy back in, that's a wash sale. Simply selling at a loss is not a wash sale. Opinion on Bob Smith DD. Which one? I didn't read it. Is it the one about the run in September? Don't you just love it when the only stock in your trading account that is green is the one that's currently about to go bankrupt? Is bankrupt. Not about to go. Has already filed bankruptcy. If you buy at 4, sell at 28, and buy back in at 19, that's not a wash sale. If you sell the ones you bought at 19 at 8, and then like buy back in at 12, that's a wash sale. If I had $25 million, I would have made $110 million on Bobby too. I just didn't have $25 million. But he had unsecured debt and other positions in Bobby that weren't, really being discussed with all of that. The only thing that really got discussed was his long position. Like you can listen. I don't need to talk about my call with Freeman, but I can talk about Rod's, right? Like he bought unsecured debt on Bobby, and generally the way you hedge that is by shorting the stock. He said he didn't have any short positions, but that wasn't an indication that nobody, none of his associates had short positions. There was no claims there. And there was like, I don't know, it like seemed shady with like the overnight fucking like LLC filing in Wyoming under a different name through like what was essentially like a garage. And like I understand you go through like an online thing and they just set it up and give you an address, but why are wash sales looked down upon? Well, because you sold at a loss and then bought back at a loss. Why did he want to have the call with you? I mean, I didn't set it up. One of the other guys in the quant channel set it up, but like I didn't have any interest in really having the call, and it came kind of unexpectedly, but it seemed like he wanted exposure under the auspices of providing information to retail traders that they wouldn't have had access to anyway, but also information that he wouldn't have had given that he wasn't an insider. So that part was confusing, I guess. Brooklyn and Ellis does bankruptcy and merger and acquisition. They do both. I've mastered the watch sale strategy. Yeah, watch sale just means you can't claim a benefit to the loss. Win Opex, my guys, tomorrow, after tomorrow. If nothing happens by tomorrow, I sell the calls, sell CCs, and then wait till September. Not really, BMG. Not free intel to retail traders. He wanted to put himself in a position to communicate the intents of the board with retail traders, I think, was the claim. I could be wrong on that, but that was what he was saying, which seemed dubious. But I don't really care about it one way or the other. Thanks, Carl. Is it worth selling CSP today and then buyback tomorrow if no packs? Sure, you could do that if you wanted to. When do you expect GME to run from split obligations? I still think that the most likely period of time, if there are any split obligations, which is a big assumption. But if there are split obligations, it would run in September. I think going into September, starting in the ETF FTD period, we'd start to get some price action, and that would continue through September Opex. If no pecs, how far out do you plan on selling cover calls? Probably like 14 days or so. There's no holidays. Black plane. How did last August Opex look compared to this setup wise? Last August Opex was like, was it right here? So we had like a little bump on Monday, and then we ran Tuesday. I don't know if last August Opex is a good like baseline to use. We had really high FTDs back here. But yeah, we started running on Tuesday, peaked on Wednesday, and then had some like T+2 action that carried out until the September 1st. Where we hit the second peak, slightly higher. If Rev, NOPEX, sell the calls, take profits, begin repositioning in the lead up to September, because the FTDs fall off a bit after today. I won't do that till tomorrow, but yeah. Based on TA Wizardry, can you tell if Rev will break out today? Not really. I could look at. Looks like we might get shorted first. The setup's okay, but it's not great. I don't know. It's tough to tell. Oh, you know what I could check? That looks kind of good. Definitely looks like more chop right now. What other stocks other than GME and Fubo would you consider wheeling? I mean, I'm not really wheeling Fubo. I was just buying into it. I don't really think it's worth wheeling yet. I guess it could be. Labor Day coming up is a holiday. Sure, but Labor Day's in September. I don't think it's on the settlement week either, right? It's on the 5th. Yeah, that's not on the settlement week, so I don't see why it wouldn't affect Opex settlement at all. It might delay some of the ETF FTDs, but that's about it. And just by like a day, right? YouTube doesn't let me subscribe. I must have fucked up my payment system somewhere. Anyway, send some cheddar your way and get better soon. Formidable Pickle Man. Thank you so much. Teaspoon. Or sip. I don't know which it is. Appreciate it, man. Selling CCs on your rev shares tomorrow. Yeah. Day 6 for BBBY on threshold. First day was the 17th. Is that 6 days? I don't think so. Not yet, right? Today's the 5th day on the threshold list. We should sing songs in chat. I mean, you do that sometimes already. Did you roll your positions yet? No? We did it. We finally found a stock more boring than GameStop. So here, let's check this out for a second. So I want to kind of walk people through this. All right, so trades that occurred here on August 4th, August 4, fail in T+2, right? This is 2 days. So this is the trade date, August 4th, +2. Right? And then this is where that fail prints on the first day of these 5 consecutive days. That lead to it being placed on Reg Sho. Right? Then 13 consecutive days later of remaining on the threshold list, forced settlement begins, right? On the next morning. So after 13, it's after 13 consecutive days. So a trade that occurred on August 4th would be forced settled on September 7th if it failed. And this gets, so trying to predict the effects of Reg Sho get really, really tricky, because at any point during this period, not only during its initial 2 days of failure, the 5 consecutive days, and then the 13 days after that, that trade can be marked long, and 35 calendar days can be added to it. Which means that fails that occurred on August 4th could theoretically settle anytime between September 7th and... Wait, that's not the right... Hold on. October 12th. Except forced settlement literally never occurs. It does, actually. That's not true. Forced settlement does occur. It's occurred on other stocks in the past. Most stocks, I would say like 60 to 80% of, roughly 60 to 80% of stocks that are put on Reg Sho never make it past this period. So they never actually make it into the forced settlement period, right? They just use this period to offset locates for 13 days. And then when they have locates, they clear it back off Reg Sho and then start closing them out. Yeah, this is why I theorized that they put GME on Reg Sho in advance of the January sneeze, because it gives them so long to settle everything out, right? But the problem with the difference between Bobby and GME during this period is during this period from when GME was put on Reg Sho till when forced settlement began, people were doing nothing but buying, right? The FOMO never stopped. And so they were never able to really get the locates they needed, and so it remained on Reg Sho, which meant that they did in fact hit the forced settlement period, where FOMO continued even more. But with Bobby, you know, FOMO died there on the first day of thresholding, which means that the upward pressure on, you know, locates or fails is diminished. Cohen also kind of sold there, right? So, you know, that's a bunch of liquidity. Freeman sold there. That's a bunch of liquidity. Millions and millions of shares worth of, you know, hedged call volume sold off. GME got like a little bit of that with shitty earnings. So like it dropped the next day. Some people sold out, but not a lot. And then it climbed back, right? Like people just started buying in again when it got cheap. So it's not the same setup as GameStop. Now it could be, don't get me wrong, like if it remains on there and and we hit that forced settlement period and people start buying in again, that could put a lot of pressure on them. But that's not right now. Not necessarily October, you'd want to be in before the forced settlement began. But at least early September. And then you'd probably want a lot of theta. And even then, it's questionable. I don't know. I'd have to see the FTD reports and see if Bobby's generating like or if it has a high enough fail to volume ratio to sustain continued listing even. Which I guess we'll have some idea of go like on September or August 30th, September 1st. Rev shouldn't cycle back onto Reg Sho until, if it's going to, it shouldn't happen until the beginning of September. No clip on Fubo. It's just like a long position I bought into. During 5 days, there was 1.3 billion volume. You don't, yeah, but you don't like Bobby's bid ask stayed at like a penny for most of that period of time. It wasn't until it started to hit like $30 where we started to see like a decent spread happening, right? So it's very unlikely that there were very many failed sales until towards the end of that period, right? Like the amount of fails per day didn't have to be very high relative to the volume. Because it was trading a shitload of volume, right? Even at like 10% fail to volume ratio, it would have been more than sufficient to get it on Reg Sho. 5% fail to volume ratio would have been sufficient to get it on Reg Sho. And that's nothing, right? Like, that's not sustainable. Just because there's a lot of volume doesn't necessarily mean all of it's failing. Do you still put much weight into the FTD reports? Less. Less. I mean, they still give like an indication, right? I just don't think they're accurate. And with the reduced price, those sales will locate immediately now, so they will clear. Well, yeah, they'll clear them, most likely. That's why Bobby is continuing to trade really high volume, right? A large part of why it's continuing to trade really high volume is it helps offset or get rid of all those fails through CNS. How excited would you be if we see another flash crash and recovery on Rev today? I'd be pretty stoked if a flash crashes again. When in the near future are we anticipating potential hawkish Fed reports? September. September is going to be very important. Not only is the Fed going to make like their forward statements, but you know, if they move forward with another aggressive rate hike, pushing us past the neutral, like the neutral rate, into like three. What would we be at? We'd be at like 3.25, 3.25. Why not just sell far dated in the money cover calls? If that little voice in your head keeps saying you're fucked, as long as IV stays elevated, you can make a good chunk of cash while you wait to be called out of the position. Just a thought. Yeah, that's one way to do it. It's not unreasonable. I don't know how much of your loss you can recover that way, but some. I guess the problem would be if it doesn't recover, company goes out of business, they go bankrupt, you lose the value of the capital you have invested. If you have a margin account, I guess you can sell your shares out from under your calls, but that's risky with leaps, right? Do you think that FTDs are higher or lower than reported? I would say they are much lower than reported. Ooh. Something's going on with Revlon. I would say that they're much higher than reported. I think on days where failures are high, more is done to obscure the creation of those failures. Like if you trade and you know the trade is going to fail and you immediately mark that trade long, right? Then that failure isn't going to be reported for 35 calendar days. Like that trade isn't going to be reported for 35 calendar days, right? It's not going to show up on the report as a fail. If you satisfy the fail immediately with like ETF creation, it's not going to show up as a fail. Like there's a lot of ways for them to not report the failure. I think that's why GAF is like focusing on the fail to volume ratio, because that gives you a better picture than the actual fail count. Isn't there a bankruptcy hearing tomorrow? Could cause VUPs or drops afterwards. Maybe. But this is the whole basket. GME is not getting hit very hard. There's Bobby. No. 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 I'm not seeing it across the whole basket. It seems to be pretty particular to Revlon. This could have just been someone selling like 80,000 shares. I meant the less FTDs are reported than should be. Yes. A month out CC at 2K shares can net you like 6K at a $7 strike. It's better than nothing. And at that rate, you could recoup a ton of losses in 3 months. I have a strong feeling Ivy will remain elevated for quite some time. Well, if Ivy crushes out, then you can buy them back, right, for way less money. Like Ivy right now, let's see, calls. If you were to sell like Jan 23s. I mean, at $5, you get almost $5 a share. That's not terrible. 184% IV. September's have higher. 309. So it's almost better to do like a September. Or like maybe November, so you can wait out whatever might happen. You can sell them at like 465 right now, and if IV drops, well, at least a decent amount. I mean, you're not going to save that much because of the delta, though. It's not the worst. It's just not great. You're still left holding a bag at the end. Less of a bag, but a bag. Bro, what's happening? What do you mean? Revlon got shorted? Did Saman buy again? September 7. Okay. Rev's crash yesterday broke down through its trend line on the hourly. Okay. Does it invalidate it? Not really. There's a longer, you could argue, like this one. Yeah, I don't think that invalidates it. It's just noise, right? Like like no significant volume traded under the trend, which is something to note about Wix. See, the volume like the majority of volume traded above the trend, but some of the volatility dropped below, right? I don't think that invalidates the trend. If volume is breaking the trend down, like you're starting to see volumetric price action occurring below the trend line, then that would start to invalidate it. Trend lines should be like guidance, though, not like a strict. At least on macro, like the macro level, like that, they're not that strict. If you're using them for day trading and stuff, obviously you want them to be far more constrictive, but I wouldn't consider it invalidated. Thank you so much, Goring Kitty. Does DDS run on cycles? Yeah. They're very volatile, though. Nothing more bullish than only one ticker getting shorted. A new player, a new position at least, has entered the ring. It's that like Discord retail shorting group that guy found on Twitter yesterday. I can be dead, I can be red, I can be violently dull. If you are hopeful or even full bull, disappointment is my goal. Beautifully put, Revlon. You tell if rev volume's being boofed today? It was pretty low earlier. Which is why we're probably not seeing any dark pool dumps. See what it's at now. It's moving up, 51.1% now. It was at 34% earlier, 34 and 42. So it's, yeah, dark pool volume's climbing. It's tricky with the Fed meeting. I kind of want to wait for the volatility from that to shake out. I'm worried. So I guess I'm worried that it will be bearish and, I'll end up chasing the downside. But I do expect the like Jackson's hole to create a little bit of volatility, and not everything that gets said is necessarily going to be bearish, right? And if that's the case, then the SPY could get pretty volatile into the end of the week. So maybe I'll just continue to go long VIX for now, and then wait on like my SPY and SPX positioning. Have any of your quants looked back at the GME data to see if XRT FTD fail volume ratio is more predictive than raw XRT fail numbers? I'm not sure. I don't know if we've tracked fail to volume ratio on FTD rather on XRT rather than it's a good question. I'll look into that. I'll try to get an answer. Good question. Good thought. Nice. Am I being shadow banned? No, I see you. What's up, Saman? Did you buy more shares? Is that why the price dropped? Well, teeth on Revlon. It looks like someone just sold a position or something. How come you never compliment my questions? Well, usually they're mostly statements, and that statement is either Guybrush for MOASS or shill. Saman sold? I assumed he just bought more. My shares sold at 814. Oh, so you did have a stop. So that was just you. Was that your cost basis? That's fair. If I had that big of a position, I'd be Is my shadow banned? I'd have to carry the sun every time I come in here. No, I can see you. I mean, Revlon didn't really claim their shares were worthless. They just didn't think that a committee was necessary. Like a shareholders equity committee was necessary. Which is fair, right? Rev is so illiquid we can see buys and sells. Yeah. V hit your price target. Oh, nice. Fucking A. I love stocks. Selling Fubo cover calls after tomorrow. After tomorrow, yeah. IV's still pretty high, and I have a big position, so yeah, I'll sell cover calls on it. If I get a few weeks of grind around $4 and IV stays moderately elevated, like a month or two, I could get my cost basis down to nothing. That'd be cool. $30, so I need like a couple months or another bump. Ooh. News. Oh, interesting. Fubo is the most shorted communication services sector stock. I close a business Monday, 8/22. Who the fuck is this? Highest communication stock? Fucking Bazinga? Oh, I don't believe that. Great. Why are all the most attractive opportunities in the market just being shorted by Susquehanna and Citadel? I guess thanks, Kenny. Spy drilling for oil. I think it has yeah, it's breaking that 412.28 resistance. It's kind of a big deal. There's another one at like 411.40. It's not as strong, but it's okay. Like it's acted as support before. Recently, at least. What's that? 411.40? Yeah, right there. 411.40. I can mark that on here 1 second. Unless I already have it marked. All right, I kind of already do. Yeah, I see the one at 411.80. Like 84. But it's a little, it's got a little less volume than 411.40, but it doesn't really matter in that range. Really anything from like 411.85 down through like 411.30 is kind of like that resistance range, because it kind of fluctuates. Like earlier this month, it was a pretty strong support, but end of like the upper range was a strong support, but at the end of July it was kind of a harder resistance in the lower range. High five, permit no woman to teach or to have authority over man. She is to keep silent. What the fuck are you saying? You're such a weird dude, man. I think Susquehanna and Citadel, especially Citadel, are short volatility. It's a Bible quote. Sounds like it. Is GME getting boofed today? A little bit. Dark pool utilization was really high yesterday. Today it's not as high. It's at like 45%. But it's easy to drop it down with all the like active fund sell pressure, right? That helps them offload internalization. It's tinfoil, but I think my buying yesterday caused the flash crash in response to having no liquidity. It's possible. Can you explain what shorting volatility means? I explain it in the the last DD I wrote. Go read that. Twitch now lets partners stream to YouTube and Facebook. Pickleman, now is the time. It's time for you to transition and learn to stream from Twitch like the prophecies foretold. Wind Gospel Part 5, Elder Dan, love you, Carl. That sounds difficult. Does it go both ways? The original AM, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. This one dude in chat controlling the price of Revlon. Why rub sussin when it should be bussin'? For real, that sussin making me bussin', you heard? No cap. That's possible. Yep, I don't like volume right now either. So were the 2.9 million shares legit? Like the ones available to borrow? Yeah. As it mirrors Jimmy looking oddly similar to May Opex. There's some similarities. Saman bought back in. Entropy swaps relevant at all to Rev? No, I don't think so. What happened to Jimmy's May Opex? The price like drove down on Tuesday and then ripped Wednesday. That's why so many people had sold covered calls because they didn't wait till Wednesday and then they all got assigned. What became of the entropy indicator? Just still have it. I feel attacked. I'm sorry, it's true though. Instead of saying straddle, the new term is the sus bus position. I don't like it. I'll have you know I rolled up and out since then, and I'm no longer blown up on CCs. Nice, Renzer. Good job. Still waiting on spy puts? Yeah, but I have VIX calls, so I'm okay. I mean, it's just like I don't have like a spy position. Like I have no exposure to the spy or SPX right now, aside from VIX. But I think I'm okay with just building up my VIX position for the meantime until some more economic data comes out, maybe after the symposium. Bring back feces so we can start bussing. That fucking fish dropped the price of GameStop like 30%. Back when 30% was a lot of money. All right. It was almost as bad as that fucking pizza guy I drew. I've been here every day, but no one noticed me before my name became green. Bithead changed that. Freeloader. So Mon can just high frequency trade his 20k shares back and forth and stimulate Rev. Is that how you stimulate a stock, Chaku? 2 times GME charts? Bullish as fuck. We need double the volume, so I'm doing my best over here. Hey, Velvet Jupiter. Nobody gives a fuck about your dead goldfish. I love you. This accurate. I don't use positive or negative delta to determine entries now. I wouldn't use the market chameleon positive negative delta thing for anything besides like a rough estimate of sentiment. Best VIX instrument, VIXie? Yeah, you can use UVXY too. I don't understand why not just using the index directly. Bithead was here yesterday. HA, I've donated far in excess of my Bithead gift. Am I still a freeloader? I'm just calling Saman out because he's fucking rolling around in $800,000 Revlon positions while loading up on free gifted Cornichon. Can you check your DMs for me? Yep. GN 625, GN 583. That seems fine. I don't think JFresh is doing them right now. Not for Revlon yet. Or he hasn't done them for Revlon. I have a limit order at 8. You're just ready to get back in. SPY going up but not Rev. Internalizing? There's nothing to internalize. There's no like active fund pressure on Revlon. Not really. I mean, there's a tiny bit, but it's almost irrelevant. I gifted you the chance at those $305 Rev shares yesterday. Fair enough. Do you think Rev already covered their FTDs today? I mean, we've traded enough volume to cover the FTDs, but no. I've always defined myself halfway between an animal and a man. However, in full respect of others, I am pure instinct and I act as such. Thinking of an animal, I love monkeys. Also, haters in the chat are mad. They keep listening but can't learn why. Okay. Petition to prove. Give me one more chance to prove that the negative effects of the drawing were a fluke. Pizza Man on screen this time will cause the dark pools to dump. But the dark pools aren't full. Covering on the SPY. Yeah, it's starting to move up. Hmm. What's up, Carl? How are hopes for upside on GME and Opex run at this point? Lower. What's useful on Market Chameleon? IV data, some okay options data too. Yeah. It's just like some of the like that like order flow data is kind of off. Does Fidelity automatically calculate cost basis with the sale of covered calls? I don't know. I don't think they do. What does marking long mean? You're marking it as a long position. So it's a long fail versus a short fail, and it extends the amount of time you have to cover. So you're basically using a put to say you have the intention to buy the stock. It doesn't adjust cost basis. I think it did. Does any broker reflect the effective cost CCs against cost basis? I think TDA does, right? I know WeBull does. The best way to do it is just to keep like a spreadsheet. TDA doesn't? Oh, okay. Yeah, keeping just writing it down is definitely the best way to handle it. Or keeping like a spreadsheet, something that tracks them. There's a few like trade calculators that you can use. Please make everyone be nice to me. I only have you in my life. Everyone be nice to Kendra. He's just weird. I heard you say Opex window extends into Wednesday, but can you please clarify if the window is the entire trading day or the window is just Wednesday morning pre-market? So the orders have to be placed by market open, but they can settle throughout the entirety of the day. Which is like what we saw in May, right? You can see that settlement continue out for the rest of the day. Oh, there goes bipolar bear. Do you think the two huge upside gaps on BBY have a chance of getting filled? Not right now. Stop it, chicken tender daddy. I remember someone complimenting your daily DD today, so I went and checked, and it is indeed bullish as fuck. I woke up a bit late today. It was good. I needed to sleep a little more. I've been not getting better at a quick enough pace. Just extremely flat everywhere today. No, the SPY's down quite a bit, I think. Yeah, well, no, it's kind of coming back to you. It's kind of a boring day. I'm gonna go with boring. Some stuff's up. Cat's doing okay. Nvidia's doing all right. Commodities are doing pretty well today. Coles was killing it this morning. Now, not so much. Looks like oil might be moving up. How's oil doing? Say, what's Oxy look like? Torque, CMBS is back up, man. Yeah, no problem, Flocala. That's pretty much what I'm gonna do too. Goiter? What the fuck's a... I don't have a goiter. Sherwin bouncing. Ooh. Mm. Interesting. Remind the nerds to like the stream. Or not, is no one liking the stream today? It's really boring, I understand. SPY pushing up a little. Maybe play the boring song? I don't think I have one. Fubo double bottom on the 1 hour? Could be, if it bounces here. It also kind of hit the neckline from this fucking weird Head and Shoulders. Although it did fall below the uptrend. Like, it didn't catch the bounce here. So, I don't love that. Bottom. Yeah. Maybe. Bounce off this, like the 90? 120? Is it the 90 or 120? That's the 90. Well. Picking up a little volume too, that's cool. No, I'm good. I'm good on the gout medication. Thanks, BMG. Gout sounds really scary. It's just like incurable. And what is it? What happens? Are you just itchy all the time? Or is it like pain? McHamburglar Helper, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Gout's painful?
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold
Joint pain?
If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
Lactic acid buildup. Isn't it uric acid?
GME and Revlon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
Probably not game start. Good to play puts on Tesla split. I'm assuming there'll be a sell-off before a hard bounce. You could, yeah, but I'd buy them post-split. The problem would be, like, IV's gonna drop. Fuck that. Glass shards in your joints? Ugh. Source have gout. Okay, well, that's... Sorry to hear that, JK. Alright. Speaking of gout, do I go with chocolate eclair ice cream bar or strawberry shortcake? Dude, Fubo's rocketing. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, you know, I'm just gonna make a poll. What did I buy the top of? You know the Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich is only like $1 more. Eat all four at once. That's disgusting. Savage behavior. $12K calls in the money at 5 for Fubo. I think there's more than that. Man, strawberry shortcake with the landslide vote. Does nobody like fudgesicles? No. They're just like frozen chocolate milk. Fudgicles are a Dan thing? Is that a landslide? Quiet, Bob Vance. I didn't ask you to interfere with my voting. It doesn't have FUD, it has fudge. Frozen chocolate water? Kind of, yeah. It's kind of like a frozen Yoo-hoo. Do you guys remember Yoo-hoos? I mean, synthetic chocolate milk. Are Yoo-hoos still around? I haven't seen one in ages. They are, and they're just as disgusting. Have you ever had the It's It ice cream sandwiches? Yeah, the Trader Joe's ones are better. I have an ice cream sandwich right now that I got that's like some gourmet brand, and it's 2 pieces of chocolate chip cookie dough that like form the sandwich part. Like this is all cookie dough. And then you have the ice cream in the middle. And then more cookie dough on the bottom. Like a sandwich. It's very messy. Gout bar. Where's the best happy ending parlor in New York City? It's like Wendy's on 3rd Avenue, probably. Where do the New York City Dans hang out? Why'd Fubo stall? I don't know. Whoever bought it was done. This area seems to be good support. Look at the $60 strike. Are you getting puts? Let's just had no Opex run. Ooh. Big volume spike on that, too. What did Revlon do? Nothing. Is it no longer possible to get a membership? The page your link directs to doesn't have a become a member button. You can just, where it says subscribe, right next to that should be a button that says join. You can just click that. Costco has Yoo-Hoos by the case. I've never seen one there. Although I don't really go through that aisle. I don't think. Like where the drinks are. I didn't buy Fubo at the top. My cost basis is like $4 for 22. If I bought it at the top, my cost basis would be like 34. Where are the Rev FTDs? Oh, I'm just not going to cover them today, I guess. People got so excited they knew about it, so no trading today. I don't care what Yahoo Finance says about BBBY's float shorts. If there's a NASDAQ short interest report that says BBBY is over 100% short, I'll buy some calls again. $60 calls in the money. It's kind of risky. They're regular sized Costco's. I think there's two in the city. There's one in Manhattan and one in Brooklyn. And then there's like a Costco for restaurants in New Jersey. Yeah, Costco Business Center. That's it. I noticed they try to change their FTD covering pattern on Revlon every few days. Did you ever make it to Action Park? I don't know what that is. It sounds exciting. All right, I'm gonna go grab my strawberry shortcake, and I'll be right back. Well, I'm glad to know I missed absolutely nothing. He's eating all four. No, it just took me a little while to find the shortcake. I found one. Why is everyone spamming one? Moonwind sold some cover calls. Time to rip. It's not a Sammy, it's a novelty. Please purchase the Revlon float. I'd rather not. David Fortier, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 week.
Well, it's not an ice lolly. That would be a popsicle. This isn't a popsicle.
Cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades it is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Should I have a strawberry shortcake ice cream bar or a strawberry shortcake ice cream bar? Both. Should I have more or less than 2 boxes? This is just high frequency trading usually. Yeah. Ooh. This isn't me, guys. Does the square thing next to my name mean I'm a member? Yes. What the hell is a long cake? Like a Swedish roll? No, it's not just you seeing that. Why so serious? That's something we've noted for quite some time. They internalize the buy pressure from active funds on GME pretty often. What's the ice cream to cake ratio on that bar? 98 to 2%. I want like a gourmet strawberry shortcake bar. Like an ice cream bar wrapped in fresh strawberry, whipped cream, and cake. I'm gonna open up a store. Internalize my cake. GME look like it's about to bounce on the 4-hour. If I say yes, will that make you feel more or less bullish? No. Although it is very much in line with the previous low before it ran up on like July 7th. Like the May or the April ETF FTDs. May ETF FTDs. Similar price range. Maybe. We'll see. No, I can't buy the I can't buy the Revlon float. Key lime pie ice cream bar? Interesting. You can't or you won't buy the Revlon float. Both. If I could, I wouldn't. Saman pulled an RC, guys. We're fucked. No, settlement of the orders placed at market open. It's all the way through tomorrow. You need exposure for all 3 days. If you had $100 bajillion, you wouldn't squeeze a bankrupt lipstick company? Shill. I would, but first I'd go to Perlman with an offer of $25 for his stake in the company. Then I would buy up the remaining shares out of the market. I'd let it squeeze, and then I'd dump my bags on everybody. Like a true billionaire. Brilliant. Why would I go to jail? I'm just gonna write a letter to the board with my like 6,000 shares. I'm gonna be like, listen, guys, here's the deal. A share buyback right now would be very beneficial, not only to the company, but to the long-term value of shareholder equity. Start Pickle Ventures LLC. Yeah, after seeing what happened with your buy order yesterday, I'm never going to buy 50,000 shares of Revlon at once. No, just number of failures to volume traded from that day. Well, the day T plus 2 or plus 2 from before, the trade date. Have there been examples of companies doing buybacks equal to the float size? Probably. They don't need to buy the whole float, right? Just buy 3 million shares. Leave 200,000 for the rest of us. Who is JFresh, and why is he sending me pictures of painted male genitalia? Oh, Roaring Kitty. Welcome to the club. It's not just any painted male genitalia. It's his male genitalia. It's okay, I'm compiling them into a coffee like table book called JFresh's Little Presents. Picasso, eat your heart out. Some of them are pretty abstract, so I'm not gonna lie. Picasso. Zoom in on GME, please. Why? Because it's going up? Isn't that what we want? Oh, it's just because the spy's ripping. Spy broke VWAP. Fubo prepping a bus. Sure. It's looking a little more bullish. I'm not gonna lie. Opex is violent. This is not violent. No, it's really not. According to your Discord, most sold their calls and bought covered calls. Sold their calls and bought puts and covered calls. For GME? Oh, it's time to run. Have the pores started selling covered calls? That's when I'm at my most bullish. It's time to buy more calls. Oh, they sold them all at 34. Kenny's gonna come get your liquidity. Oh, ye of little faith. Does tequila make her clothes fall off? Only when I'm hanging out with country singers. What calls did you buy on Jamie? Don't worry about it. Stuff. They're literally all on the fucking screen. Did you buy weekly 40s like me? No, of course not. I'm here. Rev suffering from low T. It's having a rough morning. Ooh, it's got news. What news is there? No, it doesn't. That was a lie. $34 cover call sellers immediately underwater. Opex or Opex? Only time will tell. Any thoughts on Tesla puts end of day? I would wait. Isn't the split, is the split active tomorrow, or is it active? Is the like execution date Wednesday or Thursday? I should probably know this. I own Tesla. Yeah, Tesla split tomorrow pre-market. Okay. Have you seen the decrease volume across markets? Yeah. Which is, part of that is the season too. Don't forget, like, summer is generally kind of low volume, especially August, like early September. Give it time. Compared to '08, I haven't compared it to '08. '08 was super liquid. But August of '08 was really low volume, right? Like relative. I'll look at the monthly. August '08 was 4.34 billion volume. This August is a quarter of that. That's just for the SPY though. The SPY was less popular back then. I can't look that far back on SPX, can I? Maybe SPX will give me a better idea. I think I can. I think I can look back to like 06. Let's look at SPX volume. Oh no, I can go all the way back on SPX. November. So August '08 was 86.26 billion. This August so far is 33.4. So about 1/3. That's a lot lower. August does have low T. That was August last year. I mean, we're almost the same as August last year. August last year was 40 billion. August 2019, 44 billion. So it's been decreasing year over year, but Are we running on Opex? I don't know. We'll see. Check your DMs. Praise be to VWAP. Praise be to the Dans. Is it a video? I don't want to watch it. Why do you do this to me? Riku to you too, Darth. Riku. That's a full beer. How big is that beer? Is it like 32 ounces? I have no idea, Paris. That doesn't sound right. Is it possible to make a little bit of money on GME selling CCs at like $55? Yeah. Like way out of the money covered calls? Yeah, of course. That's what you do. If you have a lot of shares, it's great. Because you take like almost no risk and you pick up some sweet money. I missed it. Are you like a pour again? Is that what happened? Ah, yes. I see. Wait, the key to success is just having a lot of shares? Yeah. That's the DFV play, pretty much. Are you using that new TradingView script from the pre-GME split days? Sometimes. For things? Okay, Fubo's starting to look kind of bullish, right? No, it went away. Never mind, I lied. The day before May's run, Jimmy dropped 5% on 8.8 million volume. Today's low volume got me kind of optimistic. What do you think? I'm okay with it. I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't really think there's any way to tell at this point because what we're looking for is like ETF obligation covering. And we don't know how much is like front loaded onto this Opex versus September. Or how much got cleared because of the split liquidity. So I think there's some uncertainty, right? Like obviously there's some uncertainty. That's why I'm kind of just getting like out of the money exposure, but I'm not going crazy. Like I think this is my lowest exposure to a GME Opex ever. What's a sweep? It's just like a market-wide fill order. It's kind of like a market order. Are you seeing them on that time and sales? Like sweep to fill? They're confusing to explain. Yeah, because they're like a market order, but they have limits on them. So it looks at like the underlying prices and the available liquidity at each price. So it's like a bunch of limit orders all at once across like the order book. I guess is the, yeah. I think that's a good way to describe it. So it'll be like, there's like 100 contracts at this price, and then there's 200 here, and like 44 here. And it'll just like place a limit order for all of these at once. See you tomorrow, clerk. Trevor Gibbs, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking.
Did I miss entry time for spy puts? I don't think so. Missed a good entry into V210 for September. That was like Monday. That was the pickle pick. Shills are out for real. Yeah, whatever. Which options calculator do you use? Usually option strat, because it's like pretty flexible. But it depends. Sometimes I use other ones because like option strat doesn't let you do weird shit like 2-for-1 synthetic longs and stuff. So yeah, sometimes depending on the position you need to use a different one, but for most things option strat's pretty good. It's easy to figure out. Like they have a good UI. If you look at GME option flow, sure. Pretty fucking bearish, mostly. Lots of sold calls. Lots of $40 sold calls and $35 sold calls. Not a lot of puts. Fubo seller boxed at 4 forever. Not cheap enough to be seller boxed. Thanks, 8Ra. People are concluding Opex. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not. I'm sticking it out till tomorrow. Fubo is a long-term play. Why hasn't Fubo mooned yet? It's been an entire week. Even if this is a Opex, we could expect volatility still, right? Yes. Are you holding your rev positions into tomorrow's hearing? Yeah, why not? What if they pull back the bankruptcy filing? I bought a bunch of weeklies with the intention of buying more later today, but they already doubled. Ooh. There's a hearing tomorrow. Can you get rid of the AMC Discord channel and put a Fubo one in its place? No. Where else would people go to shit on AMC? If the follow-up question is to that is, are you going to create a Fubo channel? The answer is also no. Can you swap the charts so the tips converge? That's not how that works. Doesn't Fubo have its own channels? I don't know if it's finna squart bigly. It's finna squart, maybe. Bigly's a stretch, Patrick. Also, I'm not doing stocks for the pores. I've already got enough fucking bullshit meme stocks that I've got to do analysis on every fucking day. I'm not doing extra ones. Then they're gonna be like, oh, why is there no Fubo information in the daily DD? And why didn't you write anything on this? And I don't want to listen to it. Sears channel? Maybe. The pores chats are unbearable. But also a great place to hang out to get an idea of market sentiment. I don't even watch sports. But I'm bullish on other people watching them. Let's be real, you've been analyzing some pretty poor focused stocks. Fubo, Rev, BBBY. Admit it, you've been trying to educate those with little intelligence and even less money. What, me? No. Dork, are you showing the poorest pictures of charts again? With no context? God damn it. Uh-oh, Burry just tweeted about the yen. He's only a few months behind you. Fuck. I need to reposition. I'm gonna need a lot more theta now. How much is Dillionaire? I don't know. I haven't seen Bob Smith's DD on Bobby. But I saw like uh a Reg Show chart that he was copy and pasting that I was talking to him about. I didn't heard back from him yet though. I don't think he's usually like around later in the day. Want to see my PP? I mean DD? Carl, we both know that you're talking about the same thing. I don't. Why even correct yourself? Just say what you mean. If you're 2 months ahead of Burry, you might as well be wrong. Fucking seriously. Although, to be fair, Burry's Apple short was right on time, right? He fucking nailed that shit. Does Life Alert work for options? My options have fallen in price and can't get back up. No. I now have some ape and don't know what to do with it. Should I sell immediately? Or hold until it possibly goes up? Or use it to sue Adam Aaron for dilution? I like option number 3. Can you explain why big money seems to be so fond of shorting? Well, because over speculation is really common. Many of the stocks that trade in the S&P 500, well, many stocks trade at several multiples of their actual valuation. And if you have infinite money, you can just short everything and hold those shorts open until you're right. And usually you'll win. Then when the market crashes, you take all that free short money and you go out and you buy things that you would never short, and then you short a bunch of other shit and wait for the market to crash again. And every cycle of that, you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so you're truly too big to fail. So you're saying having a lot of money and be able to hold longer than the poor's is a good thing? I mean, the SPY puts were a really good example of that for everybody, right? Like, you can just wait out their irrationality. It's true. Christian Bale is known as a hardcore method actor. Do you think he became a day trader to be Burry? Just started yelling into out of the money weeklies? I assume that he gouged one of his eyes out and then went to medical school. But I guess he could have he could have done the other thing too. I don't think he got deep enough into it though, because he wasn't shouting out crazy shit on Twitter every day and then immediately deleting it. That's the first thing I would do if I really wanted to get inside Burry's head. It's called a credit default eye swap. Good entry on Fubo jam calls. I don't know. What strike? Just look at the historical data, right? Oh, these got cheap as fuck this morning. 75 is not terrible. Around 50 is better for like $5. I got mine roughly where they're at now. They're about break even. Did you ever visit the trading floor of an exchange when there was still open outcry? I'm guessing not. No. I'll look at it. Make a bet with JFresh over under Rev BBY GME, and when he loses, he has to walk outside with his painted member covered in birdseed for the pigeon wheels to descend upon. Wow, that's too much, Surfa. Relax. Why do you like Fubo? Well, they're trading very near book value, and then I wrote a DD about it. Where is it? On the Dillionaires Discord. What are good places to start doing fundamental analysis? SEC filings? No, I don't smoke cigars. Is Fubo DD available to the poors? Fuck no. It's like July. July what? Jim Kramer's Coke Mirror. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. For being a Cornishon. Did you mean to put a message in there with that? I'm calling it Opex starting now. Nice. You show a picture of your monitor setup. I think I have one somewhere. It's two monitors next to each other. Any comments on Fubo's price action? Like they're deliberately pinning it at $4? No, I think there's just like a lot of people willing to sell it for, and a lot of people willing to buy it for. And it's just kind of locking up price action for now. Fubo's kind of going through like an accumulation period and like the beginning to middle parts of an accumulation period. Caps fan, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Yo. Let's get it.
I saw JP Morgan's tomb in Hartford now. It's just dust, no more power. Nice.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Us pigeon wills only eat Wagyu steaks, organic vegetables, and the blood of paper hens to nourish us. We would never eat birdseed. This is pigeon whale fud, and I will have none of it. Okay, the blood of paper hens is more of a Dan thing than a pigeon whale thing. I know that you were both once. What would it take you to visit Vance Refrigeration? I can show you around Scranton, and we can go to Alfredo's. No.
Do you consider yourself a dual threat with 2 monitors? Yes. You have to link Arius. You can DM me if you need the instructions, but you have to link your YouTube and Discord account. I don't know. I don't know how far. They're supposed to be done with it soon, I think. Can becoming a pigeon will absolve you from being a Dan? No. Hit that song expo.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
Yeah, one of their bankruptcy hearings are tomorrow. I have the keto ice cream bars in my freezer. I'll be right back. John Stamos for Opex. Interesting. I have food, but I have nowhere to put it. Okay. Fubo and Bobby moving up. Yeah, they should be a little more correlated. They're both like IWM, IWN. Like Russell 2000 stocks. I need like a chip or something. Do I get myself like a little BBBY Opex exposure? Hmm. Sure, why not? Ew. Fuck that. Really? Never mind. I've only ever had the salted caramel one. You have to buy Bobby calls. You're the catalyst. Yeah. It looks good too. I want to buy them, but they're so fucking much money. Like the IV is absurd. Sure. $2,200 for 10 calls. If I could get out of the money. It's ridiculous. He's back in, fellas. All right, fucking relax. All right. Feels good to be a billionaire. That Fubo DD was fire. Must be lame to be poor and unable to read it. Or likely unable to read, period. Okay, now GME, Fubo, and Rev can go up. What a dick. You bought BBBY. You're no shill, man. You're one of us. Woot woot. Furrier and smarter, but one of us. I'm just holding it for Opex. It's not some misguided belief that Cohen's come swooping in. Like, who played an angel in a movie? I don't know. Like one of those and save me. Sure, John Travolta. John Travolta and Michael. Why would SS care about Bobby? Didn't they say it was like FUD and a distraction? To be fair, they say that about everything and everyone. It's true. Listen, I'm just going long because if Ken Griffin's still in, I'm still in. At least one billionaire is generating shareholder value. Fighting words. Can I go long Citadel? I think so. If we're going long on bankrupting companies, should we be YOLOing into Citadel? No, that's the opposite. Could we have another Discord channel called Kenny's Mayo Jar? Can you explain scalloping? It's like consistent buy pressure. You get kind of like over a longer period of time. This is a bit too fast. Citadel's probably their own market maker. Is it even boofing when morons ask you to help short yourself? If there are any super stockers left in here, prepare to be called to shill again. Listen, man. If the high score is the money made this year, Kenny's winning. Oh, and last year. And the year before that. And the year before that also. And also the year before that. Kenny's hacking? Are you telling me billionaire Ken Griffin is good at making money? One might say that. Here's your cut. Thanks for the shout out. No problem, Kenny. Kenny has a secret ETF that holds 2 of each stock like Noah's Ark, and he sells weekly covered calls on it. I'm back. Turns out I understood the trailing stop loss of my broker wrong and sold BBBY way below my cost basis. Did anything interesting happen today? Not really. I bought BBBY calls and everyone freaked out. That was yeah. I had a strawberry shortcake that everyone voted on, ice cream bar. And then I just had grilled chicken sandwiches, which were not very good, frankly. I think maybe they were like unseasoned completely. It's been a good day, yeah. Oh, I just said some really shilly things about Ken Griffin. You give a shout out to my coworker Jason Allen. He loves pickles and glory hole buffets. What's up, Jason Allen? Glory hole connoisseur. Chicken should be appreciated without any seasoning. No, it's disgusting. Dare you go to SS and shill Kenny? Oh, wait. Dude, SS is already here. Hate watching in the background. Cleaning their tears with registered shares. YouTube analytics doesn't tell me people's net worth. You know why we haven't MOAS'd? Because they haven't DRS'd hard enough. Pathetic. Well, I've been banned from Super Stonk for months, TJ. Is it TJJ? Interesting. I use my BBBY paper stock certificates as toilet paper. Tell the SS hate watchers I undrs'd and sold for Rev and Fubo. Well, that's just dumb. Did Carl DRS his testosterone? Is that where it went? Interesting. I don't know. Is that what happened, Carl? You know, Carl's gonna hit the right direction on Tesla one of these times while not buying the peak of a run. And all his testosterone is gonna come flooding back. There has to be at least one person that bought Fubu clothes by accident. At least one, right? I'm starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah. Still feel like I've been run over with a truck, but it was me, but it wasn't by accident. Wait, is Fubu the wrong ticker? Yes. Do you have GERD? I notice you always clear your throat. No, I don't think so. I have really, really bad allergies. That might be why. Suddenly everyone checks what Fubo stocks they bought. Imagine holding Fubo bags at 35. I mean, that's definitely true for some people. That's good, right? Long-term shareholders. Smokers? I don't smoke, though. No problem, Mock. Do you have allergic asthma? Yeah. GERD is esophageal reflux disease. I don't have acid reflux. Kirk is suffering from really high testosterone. No, I don't think so. Tesla stock split at close tomorrow. Will it still run up tomorrow? It's effective pre-market tomorrow, I think, Johnny. What's the safest way to grow a small port when one can't trade options? Scalping? With very, very tight risk management? Tesla stock is splitting tomorrow. On the last split, Tesla dumped 33% right after. Yep. I don't think that's a thing, Ryan. Any suggestions you have on how to hone our scalping techniques? No? You buy a stock and wait for it to go up, usually while it's going up, and then you sell it almost right away. Why are you typing it in all caps, DC? Yes, crude moved up quite a bit today. How long do you plan to hold your newly acquired BBBY bags? Till tomorrow? I would scalp with options, but others would probably scalp with shares. I mean, they all look equally promising. I would say Fubo least of all. I don't really know if Fubo has any like Opex potential yet. I'm kind of just I'll see if it does, but it may not. Don't you have to be on a margin account for what? Options? No. B2 short interest is 14%. Tell is short interest is 19%. Interesting. Hmm. BT, you gonna fucking rip hard? I still have a shitload of that I'd like to dump at some point. Typing in all caps so people don't hold Musk's bags. Fair enough. What if Tesla goes up 40% tomorrow though? Revlon with its volatility, good stock to scalp. Difficult, but yeah. If you can time it right. The problem with Tesla or Revlon is it's really hard to time it. Like there's definitely scalping opportunities there, but they are very hard to time. Percent chance of Opex tomorrow? It's a coin flip. Options decay doesn't start really decaying really fast until the last 30 days, 20 days. But it does pick up from 30 to 20. Can't you just set buy and sell limits to scalp? Yeah. Why is the delta so high on Rev 35s? The market maker doesn't want to get fucked? IV is ridiculous. Any chance to see BBBY at 30 in September? Really unlikely. I didn't buy the top. I bought before it broke VWAP, but close to the top. What potential outcomes can happen from tomorrow's Rev meeting? I really don't know what tomorrow's hearing is about. It's probably just part of the debt restructuring. I don't think it's really going to have a huge effect. Are you selling your Rev position end of today? No. I don't think it's I don't think they're gonna have like a stream of the bankruptcy hearing. Tesla split is Thursday pre-market, not tomorrow. I thought the effective date was the 24th. I'll look it up. After close of trading. Oh, okay. So it's effective dates. It's going to be distributed after close of trading tomorrow. So it's not tomorrow. Tomorrow's still before the split. It'll open split on the 25th. The distribution date is on the 24th. Effective date's the 25th. Did you see the whole Twitter lying about their IT security? No. Straddle Tesla? Probably profitable. Why would the Rev hearing introduce liquidity for them to cover FTDs? They're appointing an equity committee. I thought they weren't appointing an equity committee. Retain investment bankers and financial advisors, asset sales managers, etc. Okay. BBBY just added over 1,500 jobs on LinkedIn. Okay. Can they afford to pay 1,500 people? I'm not here for long. I'm out of the loop, so I was wondering if you had a clip or DD you could point me to for further reading on whether or not you're bullish on Revlon. I am, in fact, bullish on Revlon trash. Thanks for asking. Does Opex continue into tomorrow? Yes. Is Eyes a garbage stock? Yes, it is. So what's the plan regarding Revlon? If Nopex tomorrow, then reposition. I mean, I'm not going to reposition my shares. I'll probably sell covered calls and then reposition my options. Why were we pumping Lowe's and AT&T the other day? We weren't. I don't think I've ever talked about either of those stocks. Look at the spread en route for Jan 2335s. No. It's a low T joke. Is that a sign that cycles are dead, or GME not on F-Man anymore? It would be a sign that there were no obligations through this period. Which is quite possible, given that the stock did nothing but go up from May through July. They were never really shorting much, right? Where are today's Rev FTDs at? Why did you buy weeklies to try to scalp them? No obligations. They use the increase in ETF liquidity to kick the can. No. Just no shorting, right? Like, they're not shorting anything. They haven't been shorting anything for a long time. We've seen like the market maker de-hedge, and we've gotten some drops off of that, but and if you look at GME, and this is why I don't have like a ton of confidence in this Opex. Because if you look at GME on the is this gonna pop up? Nope. Piece of shit. Not working? There we go. Yeah, we haven't had like a big short since like after May. And even this was weak, right? Like we've stayed above this lower trend throughout this entire period of time. This is the most downside action we've seen in quite some time. And most of this was just the market maker selling into sell pressure. Do you expect Rev's share price to drop or tank? Not really. What about the June Opex rug? I mean, that was just the sell-off of weeklies, right? Like they downpriced IV and people sold out of weeklies and the price tanked. But it wasn't like active shorting. It's just the market maker fucking weekly call holders. I think we'll see GME sub 30 again. I mean, not without a push. CBOT wheat up 1.62. Yeah, wheat and grains are moving today. A lot of commodities are moving up today. Steel's up, oil's up, grain's up. Did RC sell Jimmy? Not that I'm aware of. I gave you 2 golden chances for new stream memes and boof market and boofish sentiment. You didn't even comment. I probably didn't even see them, Shane. You've changed, man. Root looks promising. It has lots of bullish divergence. Where? And it's like bouncing on the lower trend, but I don't see how that's bullish. They reverse split, right? So reverse split, price went up, then institution sold off. Looks like a pretty basic reverse split. I definitely don't see the upside to this right now. Maybe in like a few months. I'm not even sure this has found its bottom. And there's only like 10% short interest. So it's not like the shorts are fucked on a reverse split. It's not terrible. It's, you know, it's like a descending wedge, right? On the longer term. Like if I go out to the daily. Yeah, it's just the same. So, I mean, it could break up, but is it going to hit 42 again? I don't know. That seems like a stretch. I'd say maybe 24 if it did. And it's a risky play because the company is not great. I don't know. I just don't see it. Like MACD looks bearish. RSI maybe a little, but that's just increased volume due to the split. That's not really bullish divergence. What is it for Rev FTDs today? Is this it for Rev FTDs today? I thought they were high. They are. That doesn't mean they're going to cover them, but they are high. Like, decent number of sold puts, some bought puts, a lot of sold calls on Revlon today. Looks like people were selling September 10s. Lots of trading of the August $12 call. Lots of September $10 calls. We'll see. We got what, 4 minutes till 4 minutes till CNES. Not a lot of price action. Can they cover in after hours? On Revlon? I wouldn't try. I don't know if they'd get the liquidity to cover. Any netting for the day is done after 3:10 p.m. Yeah, I know. Rev has really low volume today. Volume on Rev today is a disgrace. All involved should be ashamed of themselves. For what? Not having enough volume? If they halt into close, do they get another full day to clear FTDs? Yeah. Well, they get till tomorrow morning. Not a full day, per se, but they get another day. Not buying the float 4 times. If they can't net off FTDs through CNS, they go into the OW, where they get charged an overnight rate that's exorbitant. Don't they have until tomorrow morning already? Not for the like T plus 35 FTDs that are due today. T plus 2 plus 35. C. Is the OW still standing, or did they move from the Ukraine? You mean after they burned it down? It's across the entire day. They can they just have to place the orders by market open. That doesn't mean that the orders have to settle at market open. It just means that they have to be placed by market open. No, I don't have any GME covered calls currently. Yeah, you haven't missed much of anything. It's been pretty fucking boring. Dark pool percentage for Revlon today. Let's see what it's at now. 51.6. Lower. Oh, it did drop. Interesting. We have Greeks. Wait, where's the thing? There it is. Durable goods could have an impact, yeah. Bob is mad at you. Okay. 29 instead. 29, 30 days to settle the FTD? I'll have to look at that later. GME triple bottom? Close? Not quite. No, maybe. You count that. Sure. You could say that. Without the extended hours, though, it kind of just looks like a descending wedge. Jimmy less than 1 million volume? No, 4 million volume. Pre-split volume is no longer relevant, right? You mind explaining why you'd sell your Jan 35s this far out from expiration? I think volatility will fall off into the end of, like, the end of August. Tootsie Roll ascending triangle on the daily. I don't know. Yeah. I will tell you though, if it breaks out, like there's not a ton of room for it. But yeah, that's an ascending triangle. Do. Do you mind explaining why all my investments are red? I don't know. What are your investments? Even Theta Gang is bored? No. Is Fubo even down today? A little bit. 2%. Why the fuck did it run so hard in pre-market? Huh. That's interesting. How often is Wednesday of Opex our run day? Oh, in May it was. Which ones have we had on Wednesday? May and Feb, I think, are the only two. So not very often. I didn't sell out of my Jan 35s on Revlon. Remember how cool it was when Cat was at 167? Yeah. Today has been it's a drag, yeah. I fucking hate these like low volume shitty days with nothing to do. Are we watching a penny stock? Is there one you want to watch instead? A different penny stock? Confidence level in Opex? I don't know. Wait for tomorrow. It's really not that complicated. You buy calls. And then you wait 3 days. They are either those calls go up or they go a little bit down. And then after 3 days, you can sell them or hold them. If that's not simple enough, I can't help you. Spicy Rev Dip? I mean, this doesn't look like a spicy Rev Dip. 790. Yeah. I mean, most of the people asking me about like my confidence in Opex just want to buy weeklies. Fuck you. I don't know. We'll see. Sue Smiling, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
When's the latest they can start covering for Opex? Tomorrow. It's the same fucking thing every goddamn month. It's literally been the same shit for over a year now. How do people not understand how it works? The options expire, and then you wait T+2. But Gurk, how else will the poors be elevated out of poorness? They'd have to turn on margin and learn options as a strategic investment vehicle to do SPX spreads for a more consistent ROI. I have no idea, Elena. It's T plus 2. It's not T plus 2.5-ish. It's just T plus 2. I think the problem is that people don't understand how stocks settle still. I mean, I don't mind explaining it, but I've been explaining the same fucking thing every Opex for a year. It's not that fucking complicated. The morning after is still part of T plus 2. Bell to bell. Well done, Gert. Consider this part of your cut for misleading the poorest. You and I both know weeklies is the best way to play uncertain price action, and very clever in making them think T plus 2 is the same every month. Nice touch. Thanks, market makers. How likely is it the entire basket has no obligations this month? Seems possible. Everything's dropping like a rock. Is the SPY going down? A little bit. Bobby? Bobby doing? Bobby's doing big downs too. Gross. Fucking Express holding its own. Hacksaw, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give Hacksaw a shout for hooking you up with Cornishon. Welcome aboard. I don't understand how they can short Rev with no shares. Puts? What are you talking about? The MM giveth and the MM taketh away. True. It's a dumb way to hedge. Sorta. Because what if it drops lower? Like, if you don't get assigned, then what? What if it drops to 28? We're seeing puts come in or seeing calls sell out. Probably both. Quarter pounder, dude, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll ensure that you are moved into the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. Flock Pigeon Whales. Welcome your newest member.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill 'cause he's taking all my money.
Going for a halt? Maybe. Not enough of a drop, though.
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Have we ever had a nun PEX? No, I don't think so. Warren Buffett short attack. Oh, I do remember the XRT puts. The ones closed in May were covered, though. We had a May Opex. Like, we ran hard. June and July were fine. We went up like 20% for both months. And then we went up again on August ETF FTDs. What's the follow-up play for basket stocks? Sell cover calls and wait? I buy calls in GME, but it doesn't run. Can I get free exchanges for calls that did go up? It seems unfair that I should lose money. Dip before the dip? Maybe. Rev's getting hit. Ah, scary. Fucking paper hands, man. One of these boring days, maybe you can explain the entirety of the bond market to us? Jesus Christ. Do you think Jimmy will ever hit 120 again? Yeah, I could. We're pretty close to it right now. Oh, you mean like actually 120, like to the upside? No, not right now. Not anytime in the near future. Oh no, my limit buy triggered. Anyway, yeah, seriously. Only 100 shares became available on IBKR and they borrowed that. You take what you can get. You think the run up on Bobby and tangentially on the basket stocks resulted in an Opex? It's possible. They de-risk the position because of the run on Bobby? I don't think so, but it's possible. I didn't say Rev's ripping tomorrow. Fubo going horizontal. That's on Target and selling CCs on it to get a cost basis of 0. It's going to take a couple years, but you could do it. Yeah, it's just due to Opex. It goes like Opex cycles go back to like 2016, but they're not as pronounced until after Cohen's buy-in and like what happened in January. Watch Rev close above 8. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, no problem, man. Who wins flattest stack of the day? Rev down 5, GME down 2. Vix? Bobby down 5. What's Fubo down? 2.4, 2.33. Vix is almost completely flat. Is SPY close too? Yeah, SPY's like 16 basis points. Avoid the exercise of calls going in the money. Pretty unlikely. Stefan Ditleff Substad, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
AMD's super flat. I
Yeah.
haven't looked at that today.
Yeah, we might have
Yeah.
chance, but we ain't got rope.
I mean, the market's like a little red today. I think IWM slipped. So you got like Dow 30 down. Like 30 basis points, and then like S&P's like fucking basically flat. Nasdaq 100's pretty flat. There's nothing that interesting. We were around 70% Opex May on Wednesday. Yep. You know, there's also like some of this is an effect from like the Fed meeting into the end of the week, right? Like the Jackson Hole Symposium, because it has like a lot of macroeconomic effect. So I don't expect the indexes to do a whole lot this week. Like after SLD was done, that was kind of my only expectation. What in the actual fuck ever happened to all those fat June obligations? If we see nothing out of this OPEX and next, would you consider that to be at the point at which we're back at square one? I think if we see nothing out of this OPEX and the next, that's just the end of OPEXs on GameStop. That just mean they're no longer shorting the volatility. They're out. Right? It's just selling covered calls until the volatility dries up. That would be sad. Would it? Why? There's millions of other stocks, all of which perform better than these generally do. These are just easier to track and follow. June obligations could have been settled using due bills, yeah. Which wouldn't make an appearance until September if the locates were done correctly. I agree. Also, ETFs can write forwards from July to September until the ETF rebalance. But that would mean September would be fucking nuts, right? Dunstan? Like, if that's the case, then September would be crazy. Which would mean we would expect a very big short in advance. Is Rev dead? No? It's traded within like a 50-cent range all day. Fucking relax. Jimmy busting into close a little bit. Is there anything to prevent XRT from writing forwards from December of last year each quarter to kick the can forward? So there's something going on there with the audits. I don't know what exactly they dodge by alternating between the S&P audit and the Reg Sho audit, but it protects them from something, right? Because they keep flipping it at, like, they flipped it in December, they flipped it in June, right? They're pulling it off and putting it back on Reg Sho, and they did it in January during the sneeze too. The question is what is it will allow them to extend and how? And there's no transparency for those audits, right? Like, we don't have like a list of, like a checklist of what they're looking into. But there's definitely something there that, you know, the SEC is not looking at when the ETF is on threshold. And that's why we're seeing the ETF go on threshold on the futures expiration date, right? Every time. Like sure, it happens once, but like 3 fucking times on the futures expiration date, it pops on Reg Sho. It's too often. It's not a coincidence. What kind of info comes out of Jackson Hole? General statements, yeah, forward macroeconomic outlooks. It's considered important. Probably won't have as much of a macro effect as like the September Fed meeting, but it'll have some. And in a market, you know, devoid of information and kind of just floating, all news is important. Has anyone tried to FOIA one of XRT's audits out of the SEC? I don't know. Maybe? I haven't. We're still gonna hang out if the meme stocks die? I mean, sure, we'll just trade other shit. It's not all the meme stocks that are dying, right? Some of them will, and they'll just short volatility on other shit. Wherever there's an opportunity to come in, like look at BBBY. Volatility went sky high, all of a sudden Citadel and Susquehanna are right there, right? With long positions. Like, they'll just alternate. Wherever there's volatility, they'll come and short it. And we'll get these cycles, so... Arciola is all his BBY profits into GME for September. It's not a lot of shares. 60 million. People have made a lot of money on meme stocks too, Darb. They're hugely profitable when they're profitable. Like, the risk of missing an Opex is definitely worth the chance at one. Like, the GME calls I bought are down, like, what, $1,075 with the potential to make like 100 grand? Of course I'd buy them every time. We just had BBBY run 600 fucking % last week. Like, these stocks make money, big money. But also carry a lot of risk. I'm not seeing in the money puts on Revlon for shift search. Or Revlon on shift search. We have enough time? Hold on. Let me take a look. 5:15? Yeah, should be fine. Let me look. $15 million traded in calls today. It just looks like people sold a shitload of Jan 2023-35s off. Yeah. Just people selling calls. They're cheap enough, I'll just buy more. Eh, not worth it yet. There's some puts, not a lot though. September 10. Yeah, September $10 puts. Maybe these August 750s. These look pretty popular. December $30 puts. Those are weird. August $9 puts too. Those are in the money also. It's not a shitload of them, but it's a few. He can't buy options on GME, Nima. The stocks tend to tail off end of day because people are closing out options. It can be closing out options. I mean, sometimes they run into the end of the day. That's just, they don't tend to trail off into the end of the day. That's kind of like an assumption, but yeah, people close options near the end of the day pretty frequently. People also close puts into the end of the day, which can cause the inverse reaction, right? Fishhead, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 week.
Why would you think they're not hedged at all?
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move.
They're hedged to some degree.
On the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat.
I don't know if there's enough shares to hedge all of them though.
But we ain't no cult.
How many 35Cs are open? $36,000? That's more than the float. Well, divided by what? No, it's times. It's 0.35 times 36,000 or 3.6 million. They're hedged at 0.35. So 35 shares per 100. Was it like 100,000 shares of hedging? No. That's math. It's 36 times 36,551. 1.3 million shares of hedging required. But that's just that strike. It's a little over 1 million. I mean, if they hedged everything on the chain right now, like, there wouldn't be enough shares to hedge it all, right? If there's only 3.2 million shares available. So it's not possible that anything's fully hedged. Except maybe, like, in the money calls. What do you think about GME September 2nd, 30p? I mean, IV's low on it right now, but if we do run up tomorrow, even if we only move up like 15%, right? It's going to take a while for that 30p to get back in the money. That's the problem with so this is the problem with puts after Opex. Like if we do run for Opex, right? Even if we just have a little spike, say we move up like 15% to what? Like almost $40. The downside of this could take weeks before we hit 33 again. And during this time, IV drops massively. So if you buy puts at the top, you're kind of fucked because you're gonna lose IV on them, right? And if you buy puts here, it's difficult because you need so much theta before they could realize value again. The best time to buy them is really like right before the peak occurs. Covered calls are far better because they capture the IV at the top, right? And then you can roll them down into like the decaying IV for even more gains. I just want to share that this stream is one of the tabs that opens automatically when I open Chrome. You're famous. I don't think so. This is in the world of YouTube channels. This one is tiny. So what you're telling me is that the best way to play Opex is to buy calls before, then just sell CCs and then repeat. Kind of like you've been saying for over a year. Yeah. It makes people a lot of money when they do it right. It's best captured. You can capture it with puts, right? But it's best captured with covered calls. What you need to do with puts to maximize profit is you need like 30 to 60 DTE so you can shave off some of that like near term IV. Right? Because the IV will be lower on these expirations. And then you want those puts like at or in the money. And these will capture the downside the best, but they're still gonna lose IV to some degree. Wait, I need to buy calls before the peak? I think the problem is people finally started to get comfortable playing Opex, only for it to stop happening. I mean, it's still happening, but it's happening at a much lesser degree, right? Like May Opex ran 70%, then June ran 20, then July ran what? Hold on. So May we went from there to there. So that was 70%. Then June 17th, 21st. June started running on the 17th, right? So 17th to that ran 19%. Technically the peak was on Friday though, which was at 21%. But if you'd gotten out on, Tuesday, it was at 19%. And then July ran 19.38% as well. Right? So they all fucking ran, every last one of them. It's not a lot, but it's still something. And then even like Feb ETF FTDs ran up. August ETF FTDs ran up pretty hard just now, like last week. This one up 30%. January went, if you bought the low, which was hard to do, but even if you didn't, it went up 20%. If you bought the low, like on the actual dip in January, you would have gotten 38%. But still 20 if you missed that big leg down right before they covered. So and then March obviously was fucking insane, right? Like March was like 180, 150% more. 156%. So they've all run, right? If you buy calls when the price is cheap and then sell them when the price goes up, you make money. I know it's fucking crazy, right? But it happens. Oh, and August ETF FTDs were 18%. And then you're doubling up on it too, because you're buying the calls and you're selling covered calls at the top. So you're milking both sides of it, you know. So even though they're smaller, your better understanding of these cycles now should allow you to capitalize on them twice. Then it also, if you play the puts well, you know, you can make money off that too. And you can sell CSPs before it launches. You can buy calls while selling CSPs. You sell CSPs, use the credit to buy calls. At the top, you sell the fucking calls, sell cash secure puts, or cash covered calls, use the credit to buy puts, ride it fucking back down, and do it again. Ding ding. Theoretically, you could just never stop making money on it, right? So that's why we trade meme stocks and why we watch them. Because they're fucking money generators. I probably could if I tried hard enough, Tanksimus. Yeah, super boring day. You know, I'd want to do an end of day wrap up, but Opex isn't over till tomorrow. I'm going to continue to hold my positions until then. If I don't see any price action by tomorrow near close, I'll sell out of them and probably sell covered calls, and then just wait till we hit the next ETF FTD period, which will be at the beginning of September. GME ripping? I don't know about that. It hit $34 though. The sphere. Your morning DD was perfect for today. I'm aware. Yeah, there was no information that anyone wanted or cared about. Yeah, it has to give, and we know that they have, you know, 100 different routes to deferring their obligations, right? So all you can do is buy like ultimately the best way to handle it is to just give yourself exposure, and if it runs, you make a shitload of money. Awesome. If it doesn't, you lose a little bit of money, and that's it, right? It's simple enough, and most of that money lost can be recouped with covered calls very, very quickly. And then you're ready for the next one. And when one hits, you know, and you make 1,000%, take your profits and fucking, you know, now you have more money. And you just keep doing that. How far will you sell CCs out if it doesn't run tomorrow? 14 days. Ooh. All right, I'm okay with that. It can run in after hours if it wants to. Cool. Seven volume. I'm all right with that. Yeah, maybe they've decided against that now that they ran it up $3 on 7 volume. All right, guys. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everyone.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.